Good evening, everybody. Hello, once again. It's Amy with Case by Case. Tonight I have Rhonda and Cherie with me, and we have Amber in the chat running things. We have Jack in the chat. Looks like a lot of people have joined already. Sorry for the delay. We were just trying to get our thoughts and all of our documents and stuff organized. So the presentation tonight can go smoothly. Rhonda, Cherie, if you guys want to say hello. Anybody who's going to watch on the replay, welcome. Please like and subscribe. And you want to watch this video all the way to the end because it's going to be quite revealing. So you ladies, go ahead.
Hello.
Hello. Yep. Uh-oh.
Sorry.
Oh my gosh. It's like a true Monday for Amy. Oh.
It is. You know what? It is. Well, first of all, it's the week of Christmas. And you would think that I had kids still living at home, and I don't. They're grown. They're out of the house. But I have been up at all hours, and I'm not complaining at all. But some of these live videos that I've done have really, I'm going to say, brought out the best in people. I have a lot of people reaching out, a lot of people sharing information, and I'm trying to vet it and save it and investigate it all in the same time of trying to keep the facts that I already know are facts in line. And going into each night that I've presented, right before the live, I have things that go on where I'm like, I really want to add this, but I don't want to jump the gun. And today was one of those days where I was up bright and early. Actually, well, not that's a lie because I slept in until 9, and for me, that's not early
Wow.
when I'm normally up at 3:15 for work. But I fell back asleep about 6 o'clock, woke up at 9, and got caught up on everything that I thought that I needed to get done, and ended up cooking a big meal. So we had dinner before this happened, and then ended up trying to wrap presents because we have people coming over on Christmas Eve. So I just got sidetracked with a bunch of things, and I've had a headache for like the last 2 hours and a sore throat. So here we are, cup of soup.
Wow.
So anywho,
You know, and Amy, the thing is, I do one video a week that I prepare for my channel. And Jack is always busy doing at least 2 a week for foul play. Right now, more than that. Just doing one and putting together one presentation is work. It is work to do it. And if nobody in the chat or somewhere else is not familiar with doing a YouTube presentation, it's hard work. It's time consuming. And if you're a perfectionist like I am, and like I know Amy is, and like I know Cherie is, it's even harder. And so if you're doing more than one video a week, girl, you need to calm down. Just take some deep breaths and soak in that hot chicken soup.
Yeah. Mrs. Grass, by the way, Mrs. Grass is my favorite go-to at nighttime. Actually, I make it in the morning before I go to work, and I drink it as like, I don't drink coffee, but I'll drink Mrs. Grass's soup on the way to work. But yeah, these last couple of weeks, there's just been with my tech issues because I don't know. I feel like there's something going on with my laptop, and I'm not smart enough to figure it out. I think like maybe there's a virus. There's something going on that's shutting things down. I went through it again today, and you close out one window, and all 4 of your windows close down, and then you can't open anything back up. So that's a whole nother conversation. But I want to say hello to everybody in the chat. We do have a lot to go through tonight, a lot. This has been something I've been looking forward to for weeks, and I hope that everybody who's watching takes away tonight. I'm going to say I'm going to at least expect a quarter of the reality of the situation just by watching tonight. Then you need to go back and you need to watch again and again and again. And I'm going to say the complexity of this case and the unrealistic twists that really could have been on the forefront in Detective Rowe's face that were totally missed, is frustrating because I can't say that this was an easy case for him to lay out in front of him and um, see black and white. I think that I truly believe that he looked at this case as that everybody involved were drug addicts, including the victim, and he had the names and the faces, and they all were charged, and they got two major convictions out of it, and the details really didn't matter. That's how I see this, and um, I think that by the end of tonight, you're going to understand why I've been so hell bent on defending Ashley and saying that what came out at her trial and what the truth is are two different things. So we're going to get into a whole bunch of different things tonight. Um, thanks, Amber. Good evening, Cher. Cher, I hope you were able to catch the replay last night. I had some updates in there about your brother's case. There's some things that are going to come out tonight too that I think a lot of listeners are going to be shocked to hear. One of them being, I think that I have been given the actual source of the cryptic note, which is not so cryptic at all. But the cryptic note that Ashley Garth was accused of writing, it's some sort of a writing slash drawing that apparently was done at Jason Palladino's house, that Jason Palladino posted to his Facebook, that was then um, taken, and people thought that this cryptic note was something that Ashley Garth did, and it was basically a coded message that was connected to the murders in Delphi. That's not that's not even close to the truth. And I think so. I have a couple of sources, a couple of really good sources who communicate with me all the time and are helping me do a lot of research. I'm not going to divulge my sources, but they are literally very deep into the Indiana um, community. They know people, they have lived there, grown up there, and they know people that are connected to different people. Um, so they've been sharing information with me that's been very helpful. And the information that they've been sharing with me is not just, I think it's more of a here it is in black and white. Here's how they're connected, and here's their um, police reports or, court cases to back it up. So before I go on, that's okay. I don't know. Yeah, share. Uh, we were supposed to go live on Saturday night, and my computer just did a complete blackout. So I had to shut it down, literally unplug it. And so we redid that live yesterday at 5 p.m. So if you missed it, you're going to want to go back and listen. It was a good live, and everything turned out really good, even though Saturday night was a complete wash. Okay, I don't know what's going on in Iceland. All right. Are you ladies ready?
I am.
Sorry, I'm muted. Yes, I'm ready. And I also have a upload if you want me to do that right now before you get started. A
Do you want to
preload, I
up?
mean.
Do
I
you want
can
to preload
preload
it,
it. Yeah, let me just, yeah.
and then we can stop it?
Yeah, I'll stop it. It's going to pop on the screen just so everyone in the chat knows. It's going to
Okay,
pop on the screen, but I will stop it as soon as I can remove it from the stage.
perfect. Okay, so everybody watching, just so you guys know, like we've explained many, many times, these files have not been easy to work with. And Rhonda has been working very hard, hi, Susanna, adding subtitles to help not, and her subtitles are based off of transcripts of Talitha's interrogation video. So she has spent quite a while getting this video done with subtitles. So what she's going to do now is she's going to upload it and it's going to pop into our screen, but we're going to shut it down. That way it's in kind of our preloaded area that we can go back to, because we're not going to get right to the video. So just give us a second and she's going to get that done. And when it pops in, just ignore it. There it is.
Okay.
Hey,
It's all
that
ready to
wasn't
go
that.
whenever you're
That was
ready.
easy breezy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I feel like the first thing I want to do is I'm going to go into a presentation that I made for tonight. And we're just going to give a little bit of a back history really quick, because we have a lot more to get to of Talitha. And of course, I've got my factual chirp messages and all of that jazz to back up everything that I'm saying. But we're going to get into Talitha Beckley tonight and her connections, her history, and her loyalties. Like I said last night during my live, I feel like Talitha has a tremendous amount of loyalty to the Paladinos. Let me see. Jack says, I'm going to send you instructions on how to run a diagnostic on Windows. Don't worry, it's built into the OS. That would be great. I'm so stressed out about this because I don't know what's going on. Thanks, Jax. So, Talitha Beckley, like I talked about this previously, and then I talked about it again last night. Talitha has a very deep connection with the Paladinos. She has been, and if I have a chance tonight to go through her entire case summary, Talitha has connections back with the Paladinos all the way back to 2014. And with the help of a lot of people and people who helped me research Talitha's Facebook accounts, Talitha has 4 different Facebook accounts. And every single one of them, she has a plethora of really bad individuals associated with her. And a lot of these people and Talitha herself have a huge connection to Logansport, Indiana. So I'm just really quick, we're going to breeze through Talitha's Facebook and her connections with different people in Logansport, Monticello, and Indiana in general. So these people right here have been singled out to me, and who they were. And I'm just saying that these are on Facebook pages where that you might have 65 friends. Okay. I think one of Talitha's Facebook pages, she has a little over 200 friends, and all of these people are on that same page. But the fact that a quarter of her friends on Facebook are all like literally really bad people tells you what her connections were. So you've got this Robert Matthews. He's an addict. He's a liar. This person who contacted me said that he blamed everything on his baby's mother, like a coward, and tried to be a fast, smooth talker. This person over here, Trey Helderman, he was a drug dealer, and that's all she knows about that person. Hope it helps. If you need me to dig deeper, let me know. Millicent Wooten is somebody who has a very extensive background in dealing drugs. And conveniently, she's now living in Ohio. Another one of Talitha's connections is this Greg. I'm sorry, I don't know why looks so small. Greg Fording. He's an addict and a small time dealer and a snitch. Grady Bolin. This was an interesting one for me. He's a drug addict, and his dad was a White County sheriff, and his grandfather was the sheriff of White County as well. So I think that's interesting that these people they have people connected literally in law enforcement. Martel Beeson, he's also a dealer. Breeze, stop. Okay, then we're going to stop right there and we're going to come back to these later. I just wanted to touch on that as far as who her connections were and what her you know, her personal friendships were on her Facebook page, and it seemed like these same people followed her from one page to another. Hi Peter Taylor, how are you tonight? Let me see. Mother of Dragons. I'm excited to watch this to the end. That's Mod, that's a very good idea. Share. So share, yes. Cherie is going to get you that link. She's going to drop that for you from last night. She always ends up falling asleep. Share using a link on Facebook. Oh, okay. So share. Amber went ahead and took care of that. So you should have the link in your Facebook Messenger. So I'm trying to decide here which direction next to go. So, all right, let me touch on this really quick. So this right here is the actual complete case summary in the Nicole Bowen case and where things went with Talitha. And what's interesting about this is, and I'm not going to go into a great detail because we have so much more to get to, but I'm touching on this because it matters in Talitha's knowledge when she turns herself in to Detective Rowe in Newton County. First of all, Talitha had, at the time of Nicole's death, Talitha already had a warrant out for her arrest. And then this case happened. So now she's pretty much a double offender, and she has what they call it's called a converted event. So in her case file here, which is pages and pages long, now this initially is the Newton County case. And what stands out to me is that, let me see here. Oh, did I upload the wrong one? I think I did. Let me remove that. This is Garrett's. Hold on. Let me pull the other one up. What stood out to me with Talitha is I'm reiterating the fact of how long she's been involved with the Paladinos. And I have been able to document her on the Paladino property all the way back to 2014. However, I think it was last week I went over in my live the different addresses that the actual Paladinos themselves give, which is never the Hodges Drive address. And Talitha has given that address repeatedly. And you're going to see that she gives that Hodges Drive address here tonight in her interrogation video. Then she also gives a Hodges Drive address in her deposition. However, let me see here. Why is that pulling up that way? Defendant get occurred. Did I label this wrong? Let me see here. Let me go through this really fast. Um, Garrett Kurtz. I don't know why it's saying Garrett Kurtz because I thought I had downloaded hers. Well, you can take my word for it, I hope. I'm not going to waste my time trying to go for it and look for it. However, I'll make it available at some point, but, or maybe, actually, maybe it's right here. Is this the right one? Nope, it's the same one. I must have saved the wrong one. Regardless, so there's different addresses being given, and the fact of the matter is that I can show through my case on the Indiana Gov site that Talitha has linked herself to Hodges Drive all the way back to 2014. And yet, every single Paladino, when arrested, has never given that address. However, when there has been search warrants served there, a Paladino has been there, including Talitha. And I feel that everyone needs to understand that this is, when you're dealing with a crime family, and as crazy as it sounds, by looking at this particular property, this 6045 Hodges Drive, and you hear people refer to it as a compound. I I have realized throughout this research that that property is a hideout. It's not considered really a living quarters. It's not considered anything that they claim as a residence. This is a hangout. This is a dealing spot. This is where the men in the family bring females that they don't want their real women to know about. That is why it's called the compound. There's cameras everywhere, and there's other individuals on this road who have a lot of dealings with the Paladinos who would never cross them in it because they would be afraid of the consequences. And Talitha Beckley, I feel, is 110% loyal to the Paladinos. She's almost the way, and Rhonda, I know that you have spent hours now going over this interrogation video, and you've seen a lot of the things behind the scenes. And this sound, you can call me crazy to compare it to like a mob family because they're not a mob by any means, but they're a crime family. And to me, Talitha is a woman that has proved her loyalty to them so emphatically that all of the men in the family seem to be willing to pass her around, and that's okay. She's been with Mark Palladino. She's been with Curtis Palladino, which is not Jason's dad, as in Big Curtis, but with CJ Curtis. CJ is Mark's son. And she's been with Jason. And then she's also been with a couple of other affiliates of the family. Yet that family has embraced her. And she has been willing to go to prison, and she's been willing to lie for every single one of them. So I don't know if there's a name for that, but that's how I see Talitha. Rhonda, how do you feel about it?
She had to go. It said she had to go on a call, so she might not be there right now.
Oh, I
But
didn't see that. I missed it.
I think that. Well, I think she. I know I would say that she is definitely loyal to them, 100% from what I've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, it was more of a safe house. And I really contemplated tonight trying to map out this whole interrogation video beforehand. And I thought, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to be annoying as hell. And I'm going to probably about every 20 or 30 minutes. Hang on a second here. I'm going to stop about every 30 minutes and discuss, because there's so much to take in this interview. And if you take it on face value and you're not familiar with this case, you're not going to get it. But when we start going into this, there's going to be a lot of areas where I feel like I need to hammer home some information or remind the viewers of things that I've already covered and how it correlates and how it's dysfunctional in the words that are coming out of her mouth. So I just want to forewarn you. And at a later date, I will upload this video individually. But I feel like here and now is where you're going to get the most out of it. And we can discuss any questions that you have watching it. So Cherie, let's go ahead. We're going to jump into Talitha's deposition.
I'm back. Sorry,
And-
I had to take a phone call.
Oh, that's okay. No, that's okay.
Yeah.
So Rhonda, I had asked the question about, I don't know if you caught anything that I said, but I was talking about the Palladinos, your opinion after all of the evidence and stuff that you've seen, which a lot of the viewers haven't. But the viewers do need to know that there is an entire Dropbox that I share with these ladies and with Travis, full of documents, full of transcripts, full of police reports, full of interrogations, all of the things that I've acquired in almost a year surrounding this case. They've had access to, not that they've been able to review all of it, but I was describing the Palladinos as the only way to compare them is as a crime family, and that property on Hodges Drive was not a property that any of them ever really claimed to be a home, but more of a getaway spot, a hideout spot. But yet I've been able to track Talitha back as far as 2014 to that address. And I feel that Talitha's loyalty to the family has been so ironclad that the fact that she's gone through multiple generations in this family, from Mark Palladino to CJ Palladino to Jason Palladino, intimately in relationships, and then also affiliates surrounding the family. And they've all been okay with that, and they all embrace her, and they all protect her just the same.
Right.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that
yes.
analogy? You do?
I sure do. Yeah, it's like a. Okay, so I love the idea of old gangsters and old mobsters. I love watching old mob movies and stuff like that. I Without the exorbitant amounts of money um, that some of those crime families have, those mob gangster families have. That's the sense that I get, the feeling that I get with what little I've read, and known about the Palladinos. And I think Talitha is definitely um, under their wing. And when we listen to this video tonight, first of all, I was able to get subtitles through at least half of this video, but it was a challenge. But anyway, but you will see that she is very careful about mentioning the Palladino name in this interview with Detective Rowe. And I don't know, the transcript of this video goes so far when she says Palladino. The transcript doesn't match that. The transcript says Jason, but you hear and see her saying Palladino, and it's really
You hear
bizarre.
her say it. Yeah, you do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's absolutely clear.
And that's, the fact that you point that out is incredible. And that goes a long way when you look at this family and everything that they have been accused of, or the undertone of the rumors, especially in regards to the Delphi case. and the accusations that have been made, the connections that they have, and the fact that they have been left completely out of law enforcement's range. That's the only way I can describe it. You know, they you never you I can't get my hands on an interrogation video with any of them. I can't get my hands on a police report with any of them. And it seems as though now granted, Mark is in prison right now, and he's currently in White County awaiting a trial. But I have I have reason to believe that Mark is doing a little bit of snitching on certain people. And that is why, and then you have to ask yourself, Mark and Talitha were arrested at the same time for the same crime, and they're both habitual offenders. Yet Talitha was let out. And not only was she let out, and this was what, Pulaski County, where they were arrested together, but that case transcended over into this Newton County case, which was a right off the rip an assisting a criminal charge. No different than Ashley's. Yet, with all of the other pending charges, she gets out on bond. And we're going to go into that a little bit later. We're going to talk about some of that through Garrett's chirps, in fact. And then I'm going to set you guys all up to be prepared for going into Talitha's interrogation video. But I feel it's really important before we go into the interview. And for those of you who probably didn't attend the trial, Peter, let me see. Peter says she's the cleaner, meaning when they're doing wrong thing, they have law protection. That's kind of, I mean, I don't know. That seems to be the case, Peter, and I don't know why. I don't know what it is that they're offering law enforcement or what I don't know.
Amy, it could be any number of things. I think I mentioned a couple of weeks back on one of your shows that I feel like, and I'm speculating, of course, that there is some sort of kickback uh, between the Paladinos and law enforcement. There has to be, for them to be, well, I shouldn't say there has to be. It seems to be very obvious to me. It's just like with like I said, with the gangsters and the mobsters back in the day. Law enforcement didn't touch a lot of those gangsters and mobsters, and they had their reasons for it. They had their payoffs that they got. And I just can't imagine that there's any possible way that the Paladinos are the family that they are, um, with no history of law enforcement interaction. I mean, very little history of law enforcement interaction. I feel like I'm aligning them with a modern day gangster. I know that sounds cheesy,
Yeah.
but
And
that's how
I
I
mean,
feel
I don't,
about them.
and they're hiding the money really well, because you look at the property and you're like, what the hell? Like when I pulled up on Hodges Drive and I took video footage, I'm literally thinking to myself, what? But then when I came home and more people started coming out of the woodwork with information and addresses and connections, and so lived here and so lived there, and I'm putting it all together, and I'm like, I completely see how this is like a compound. And then when I was able to trace back the addresses that the Paladinos themselves gave, and they were consistent for years. Like, even when they were arrested, like there was a search warrant served at 6045 Hodges Drive. And Talitha was there, and Mark was there, and a couple of these Grigsby brothers were there. At the court, the Paladinos gave an address completely outside of Monticello. So I'm like, so And this all goes back to Peter says, follow the money. Yeah. And then they've got it hid well. But this really, for me, this all goes back to the words that came out of Jasmine's mouth. And that is, Talitha conveyed to her that she's moved bodies, she's thrown bodies in rivers, she's fed bodies to hog farms. They have a farm, they have an underground place where they go to hide from the cops. And all of that really correlates to Hodges Drive. And we're going to talk about that particular conversation and the time frame of that conversation once we get to that video. And KO says, what law enforcement offered Nicole to snitch is common practice, trying to turn offenders into CIs. I think it is far more common than we realize. No, KO, in Indiana, that has become, I have firsthand, I don't want to say firsthand information. I have people who have showed me how they themselves in Indiana were pretty much forced into becoming a CI to save their own butt, and that it's very common practice there. And furthermore, Nicole probably found herself in a desperate situation when she got arrested that night with Garrett, in the fact that she had pending charges against her. She was fighting to get her kids back. At that point in time, she wasn't permitted to live, unfortunately, under the same roof as her children. And now she's gotten herself caught up with Garrett and they're arrested. So she's looking to bail herself out. And unfortunately, her decision and all of that somehow became exposed to Garrett having knowledge of it. And that was, I think, her downfall when it came to Garrett and Palladino. So for everybody watching, what I want to do is we're going to jump into, I want to get into Talitha's deposition. I feel this is the easiest way I can explain it, is I want people to see these two things the way that I did personally. When I first started following this case and I first started getting access to the court records, and Talitha's deposition is what was read at trial. It's what people who attended the trial walked away from the trial with. And I'm sorry, I do understand that Talitha's interrogation video was played at trial. I don't know what the audio value in that was. I know with Ashley's audio value, it was pretty bad. But you cannot, without the full picture, listen to Talitha's interrogation video and understand what the hell she's talking about. And I want to approach this situation the way that I digested it, going into this like, damn, she was in a trailer. Nicole was her roommate, and she didn't step in to help, but she didn't see anything. That was kind of like the ball rolling for me on what the hell's going on here. So I really just wanted to go over the deposition really quick because it's in a murder case. In this murder case, as a co-defendant, somebody who was there, who I'm not even going to compare these two things, but there's, I believe, 27 questions. And mind you, the defense attorney, Ashley's defense attorney, is the one asking the questions in this deposition. And I want everyone to understand right now that a deposition is not just a Q&A. Where were you? What'd you do? This is to get emphatically on the record, even if the attorney who's doing the questioning has to kind of pin you down on emphatically giving your answer. There is no combative questioning in this deposition at all. It's, oh, Okay. Move on. Next question. This is not a deposition to me. This is Lori James asking Talitha to tell her story, and Talitha tells it. And along the way, Lori James is going, okay, okay. So we're gonna get into that. I'll be Lori James. Who Rhonda? Are you gonna be Mrs. Talitha Beckley?
Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna add it to the screen. Okay, Rhonda, did you get the whole thing?
I have it. It's 11 pages. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I have it, and I am prepared to read. I will be reading cold, just so everyone knows.
Okay.
Yeah,
Me
I'm
too.
ready.
I don't have it
Okay.
memorized, but everybody in chat, just know this is the deposition in a murder trial that was given. Really quick, before we hop in there, let me just touch base with the chat real quick. Maybe they're just hardworking people like yourself. Yeah, they could be.
They're
Little
hardworking
late,
at
but
something.
are hardworking at something, that's for sure. KO says vast majority of CIers are not paid. They are receiving some other in-kind benefit, usually reduced. Exactly. Most
Oh
CIs
yeah.
are. And I feel like in this case that was Nicole's reimbursement. She had pending charges. She had a current warrant out for her arrest. And by her saying those are his drugs, not only are those his drugs, but I also know where he's getting them. And it's pretty much a great big operation. Let me sign on the dotted line. That is why those charges that night that are on Garrett's record are not on Nicole's. The prosecutor never pressed charges in Lafayette during that arrest. And I'm telling you, you can read the police report. I've put it on here. There was meth in her purse, meth in her panties. There was a bowl, and there were scales. All four of those paraphernalias are not going to get you bonded out that same night, especially when you have pending charges in another county and a warrant. So she definitely made some kind of a concession to the point where the prosecutor never pressed charges. And they're probably not willing to come forward at this time at all because knowing that there is an undertone of Garrett and Jason Palladino accusing her of being a snitch in that format, then does that make Lafayette responsible for putting Nicole in
Well,
jeopardy and losing her life?
when law enforcement has a CI, in many cases, many CIs or several, they are responsible for, I don't know legally how it works, but in every state, but they are responsible for that CI's safety and, you know, making sure that they're, if they are involved in, for instance, a controlled buy or something, it is their responsibility to make sure that their CI is safe. And if there's a problem, to get them out before it gets, too crazy and they are in danger. But
Well, I don't even
this
think
was
I don't think that she even had the opportunity to work with them and set anything up because her life was taken literally within 2 weeks. And I do know the paperwork for all of this was found in her car because it was the paperwork that Garrett was shoving in Ashley's face after the
Mhm.
fact, telling Ashley, this is why, this is why this is why I had to do it because she was narking on us. She was going to turn us in. She was going to turn Jason in. I didn't have a choice. And that's really how I found out about those charges where they were pulled over in Tippecanoe. And then from there, I did my own research and was able to get a copy of all of the police reports. And even in the police report, it states that Nicole says everything was Garrett's. So without even the paperwork of her agreeing to do a controlled buy, it's right there in the
Right.
police work. So
Well,
That's
and
how I
that's
even
and
found out about it.
what I wanted to say in there somewhere too is that um, they're responsible for their safety when they are working for them for law enforcement, you know, and if certainly wasn't what was going on that night, you know, she wasn't working for law enforcement that
Right.
particular night, and you know, so I can just see, you know, they're just wiping their hands like, oh well,
Right.
and I'm not going to say out loud what I think that the attitude of the law enforcement probably is or was, but I don't feel like just guessing and speculating for, of course, but I don't feel like it was really like a major. I don't want to. I'm not going to say it because it's really sounds very very awful, but I don't feel like it was a. They have another CI to go to. I guess is the only way I could say it without being sounding
Right.
cruel. But
Yeah.
anyway, that's my opinion.
Yeah. I think you're right. Uh, Peter says it's for a grand jury and they are secret, only a prosecutor there. And KO says, what if Ellie tipped off Palladino? Um, I mean, that's possible, but I don't think I don't personally think that's what happened. Um, I think the paperwork, I think that whatever Nicole signed or whatever documentation that she had agreed to was in her vehicle. And just remember that they were pulled over the day after Ray died, which was the 14th. On the 18th, we know that they're still on good terms because Garrett takes Nicole out to Jeff's property and they spend the night. It's after the 18th that things go sour. That's when, within that week, there is, well, actually, within that 2 week frame, there are messages of distress from Nicole to her family. There's a big argument at Jason Palladino's property about some car keys. And um, if you listen to Mikey Hiddle's interrogation video, Garrett tells Mikey that the car that Nicole is driving is his. That all stems back to when Garrett and Nicole were arrested. And Garrett has tried to say that he bonded Nicole out and yada, yada, yada. Well, I talked to Lafayette Police Department personally on the phone, and they gave me the timestamps of when Nicole Bowen bonded out of the Lafayette Police Department. And she bonded out 2.5 hours before Garrett did. So whatever Nicole did with the title to her car was to secure cash to get Garrett out of jail that night. So something with this title, and it's going to get real tonight in this interrogation video, but there's something with this car, what was in the car, why Jason himself and Garrett himself wanted the keys to the car and wanted access to the car, I feel is very important. And that also is the time that Jason Palladino orders Nicole off of his property because she threatened to call the police. That's within a week of her death. So, with that being said, you need to ask yourself, what are the possibilities that the days leading up to her death, and she's reaching out to her family asking for help, telling them that she's in trouble. She calls her Aunt Ginger on Thursday, the day that she lost her life, asking for a place to stay. Would she really be at Palladino's property? So I'm going to leave that there. Let's get into this deposition and get this done so we can get into this interview because it's going to be a while. Oh, wrong one. Give me a second here.
I was just going to say mine doesn't look like that.
No. All right. So here it is. All right. So this is state of Indiana versus this is Newton County versus Talitha Beckley, Ashley Garth's case. This is Talitha Beckley's deposition in Ashley Garth's case. She's being questioned by Lori James, which is Ashley Garth's attorney. Court reporter is Marissa Engel. So, hang on a minute. Oh, I must have bumped through a bunch of pages. See, this is where my computer gets a little bit funny. Okay. Rhonda?
Yes.
Okay. I'll read this first segment. After duly being sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the above referenced cause, deposes and says, direct examination is by Miss James. I'm going to be Miss James. Question. All right, Miss Beckley. We are here today for purposes of deposition under cause in the code entitled State of Indiana versus Ashley Garth. I am here for purposes of asking you questions. I am not here to hurt your feelings or to cause any altercations. I just kind of want to find out what's going on, okay? When I ask you questions, it's really normal for us to respond via body language. But unfortunately, the court reporter can't pick that up. So if you could verbally say yes or no instead of nodding or shaking your head, no.
Understood.
That way we can make sure a very clean record. Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Talitha Beckley,
And your date of birth?
8/7/82.
Miss Beckley, are you familiar with a Nicole Bowen?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you familiar with her?
She was my friend.
When did you meet Miss Bowen?
It had to be 2016.
Are you familiar with Garrett Kurtz?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you familiar with him?
I used to date his father.
Do you recall about what time frame you met him?
2014.
Are you familiar with Ashley Garth?
Yes.
How are you familiar with her?
She was dating Garrett Kurtz.
So you knew her through Garrett.
Yes.
Do you recall about when you met her?
I did not meet her until 2018.
I'm going to take you back to the morning of March 29th, 2019. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Do you recall where you were?
Yes.
Where were you?
At the beginning of the day,
Yes.
I was at my house at 6067 Hodges Drive
And how long were you at your home?
for pretty much the whole day until maybe 7, 8 o'clock.
Did you leave your home?
I did.
Where did you go?
To Mikey Hiddle's apartment. I'm not sure where it is.
Do you recall what town?
What town it was?
Yes.
I don't. I'm not sure. It was an apartment by the railroad tracks. I'm not sure what town it was.
Do you recall who was there?
At first, it was just me and Mikey Hiddle. Then Garrett and Nicole showed up shortly after.
Was there anyone else there?
No.
Do you recall how Mr. Kurtz appeared? His body language?
For the most part, he seemed to be relaxed. He was high.
How do you know he was high?
I know this kid.
Do you know what type of drugs he would use?
Meth.
How did Miss Bowen appear? Body language.
She was sober to start with. She was living with me.
Do you know the relationship between Miss Bowen and Mr. Kurtz?
The winter of 2018, they started having a relationship when Ashley and Garrett were broke up. I was not aware of that. I was not aware of Garrett and Nicole's relationship.
When I ask you questions, if you can just say what you know for the record, okay?
Right.
But I appreciate you. Thank you for letting me know that. At some point in time, did anyone else join you at the apartment?
Mikey's cousin. Yeah, Mikey's cousin.
Did you guys all stay there or did you leave?
We left.
Where did you go?
Garrett, Nicole, and I went to a trailer, Jasmine Parker's trailer in Goodland, I think, or Kentland.
Did you know Miss Parker?
No,
You had never met her before?
I had never met her before.
Do you know who knew where the trailer was?
No, I still don't.
Do you recall who drove?
Garrett, he drove Nicole's car.
When you got to Miss Parker's trailer, who all was there?
Jasmine Parker and Ashley Garth.
Do you recall how Miss Parker appeared, body language?
She seemed to be happy, upbeat,
How about Mrs. Garth?
super high.
At any point in time, do you recall any drug use at the trailer?
No, yeah, yes. Jasmine Parker and I were in her bedroom and we were smoking meth in the bedroom.
Is that the only drug that you were aware of in the apartment?
Yes,
At some point in time, did everybody stay calm even while you were using drugs?
I don't know.
At any point in time, do you recall anybody beginning to fight that you were aware of?
When I walked into the trailer, I went straight down to the bathroom. When I came out of the bathroom, Nicole and Ashley were fighting in the living room.
When you say fighting, what do you mean? Did you witness?
Regular cat fight. I watched Nicole slap Ashley and Ashley pushed her. I walked past them. I said, "You guys are stupid." I went to the bedroom where Jasmine was and I closed the door.
Do you know what happened after that? Your personal knowledge based on what you witnessed?
At some point in time, Ashley came back to the bedroom, and told me that Garrett had hit her. Garrett was right behind her, and I told him, I said, "We talked about this, and you're not supposed to touch this female." He's like, "I know, Mom, and I'm sorry." Then they left again.
So Garrett referred to you as mom.
Yeah, since he was a kid.
Did Ashley stay with you?
Nope, she left with Garrett and went back out into the living room.
Do you know, based on your personal knowledge and what you witnessed, do you know what happened after they left?
No, I have no idea. Jasmine and I smoked a bowl. I went to sleep. She was washing laundry or something. She was doing something in the bathroom.
Jasmine was?
Yeah.
Do you recall when you woke up?
At some point, Christopher Mathis came in and asked me if Garrett could use my phone. I don't know what happened to Garrett's phone. Then he closed the window in Jasmine's bedroom that I was sleeping under. I gave him my phone and he closed the door again. The next thing I know, Garrett came in the bedroom and said, "Mom, it's time to leave." I said, "I need coffee." He said, "I already made some." He brought me a cup. I grabbed my purse. I threw back the coffee and we left. Hmm.
You said Christopher Mathis. Were you familiar with Mr. Mathis prior to this?
I had never met him ever.
How did you know that that was Mr. Mathis?
I was told afterward.
When you left, do you recall whose car you were in?
We were in Nicole's car.
Do you recall who was all in the car with you?
Garrett, myself, and Ashley.
Where did you go?
We went to Chris Spencer's camper. She's a lady that we know.
Where did she live?
In Yeoman.
Do you recall about what time that was?
I don't.
Was this still on March 29th or was this the following day?
The following day.
Was this in the morning or
It was already past afternoon.
at Miss Spencer's house? Do you recall the body language of Mr. Kurtz?
They were all getting high. He seemed anxious, to be honest with you. He was anxious.
Do you recall the body language of Mrs. Garth?
She was quiet.
How long did you stay at the Spencer residence?
Maybe 20 minutes
Where did you go after that?
to my house.
Were those via letter or were those face to face? Did I
Nope.
skip a page? Hang on.
Yeah. Page 8,
Sorry.
line 1. It's okay.
My bad. Sorry, guys. Page 8 doesn't want to show its face. Okay. Did you stay at your home?
I did.
Do you know where Miss Parker was at the time that you woke up that morning on March 30th?
I do not.
Do you know where Mr. Mathis was?
I do not.
Do you recall seeing them at the residence?
No.
Was there anyone else at the residence when you woke up?
No.
Did Miss Garth stay with you at your home once you got there?
No.
Where did she go? Do you know?
They left almost immediately.
When you say they, who do you mean?
Garrett and Ashley.
What did they leave in?
Nicole's car.
Do you know? You said that Garrett had used your phone. Do you know what he used your phone for?
I do not.
Since that point in time, have you had any conversations with Miss Garth directly?
No. In passing at the Newton County Jail, she waved at me and maybe told me she loved me. Jesus. She's fucking
Sorry,
crazy.
guys. Oh, she's good. Um, hold on, I gotta find my spot. I'm so sorry.
Line
Love me.
26.
Okay. Question. Have you had any conversations with Mr. Kurtz? Don't tell me what he said, but have you had any conversations with Mr. Kurtz?
I have.
Were those via letter or were those face to face?
Both.
How were they face to face?
I was in the padded cell in January of this year, and he was in a pod.
So you guys were next to each other
Correct.
and you were able to communicate verbally, voice to voice?
Yes.
Have you had any conversations with Mr. Mathis since that time?
No.
Have you had any conversations with Miss Parker since that time?
No.
Has anyone told you what to say here today?
No.
And you weren't promised anything for your testimony here today?
Nothing.
Miss James, sorry, I have no further questions. Mr. Durinsky, the prosecutor, says no questions. Miss James, thank you for being here today. So what will happen in the court what will happen is the court reporter will type up a copy of this transcript. There's two ways that this can be done. She's a fantastic court reporter.
I've heard good things.
Things are pretty clean when she types them up. However, You do have the opportunity to review the transcript if you would like. The purpose of review would be to make sure that the spells that she spells things correctly. Uh, you can't change, for instance, a blue car. Here we go. A blue car to a red car. You can't change the material facts, but you can just make sure things are spelled correctly. Or you can waive your signature and trust that she's going to get it right.
I trust.
So you agree to waive the signature?
I do.
Okay. And that is the deposition, which to me, I would not, I have never read a deposition like that before in any kind of a court case, in
Uh-oh.
any kind of filing where a defense attorney is trying to get on record from a key witness in a murder trial the facts. And I
Yeah,
think,
that was.
Rhonda, that was your first.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So going back, I think the one thing that everyone can take away, oh, hi, look at Mr. Travis is in the house. Yeah. Hey, Travis. Um,
Travis.
I think one of there's, well, obviously from the, you know, the obvious where, well, the viewers don't know it's obvious because they haven't seen Talitha's interrogation video, but they're going to find out very quickly that this whole entire deposition is not based on facts at all. And it's literally Talitha lying through the whole entire thing. And the fact that
Yeah.
Lori is not challenging not one word that comes out of her mouth is really frustrating. And the fact that she states in this that she states in this deposition that she actually knew Nicole since 2016. That
Yeah.
tonight, that is one thing that I, for whatever reason, it never registered after all the times I've read that. 2016. And you're going to hear in a matter of minutes how she had just met Nicole in February of 2019.
Yep.
So, but that deposition, I wanted to read that before we went into this interrogation video of Talitha, because this deposition was read at Ashley's trial. And this was the impression that spectators, people who witnessed the trial, and what the jury got to hear. They did play. I don't know if they got through the entire interrogation video with Talitha, because Talitha was actually at the courthouse and was brought in to actually testify, where she gave a third version of events. But I felt it was important to read the deposition first because the deposition was what the public pretty much was left with in Ashley's trial, and not being able to compare it to what Talitha said in her interrogation video, which I'm going to remind everybody. Number one, Talitha was on the run until April 11th. Garrett was arrested on the 1st. And I'm not, without throwing in my own personal opinion, just based on everything that I've seen, I will say this in kind of like a comment bubble. My personal opinion is that there was communication between Garrett and Talitha, and probably Jason. I believe that Talitha already knew going into this interrogation when she turned herself in that Garrett had already confessed to certain aspects of this case. I believe that in this interrogation video, Talitha is attempting to do damage control, and she's protecting herself and distancing herself, obviously, and she's protecting the Paladinos. Now, that's my opinion. Please watch this interrogation video with an open mind. Starting off, to make it simpler for you to understand what's transpiring. Um, Talitha initially really does not want to give names. So she talks about her best friend, which her best friend is Mark Palladino. And then she refers to her best friend's nephew. So her best friend's nephew would be Jason Palladino. Then she refers to her best friend's nephew's friend, which is Garrett. And she literally reiterates those titles that way numerous times. So her best friend is Mark Palladino. Her best friend's nephew is Jason, and her best friend's nephew's friend is Garrett. So you need to that's just going to make you understand when she starts talking, instead of having to contemplate what is she saying, that's what she's saying.
Can I say two things about the video, Amy?
Go ahead.
One, it's first of all, pay attention to what we just read in the deposition. And by the way, depositions that I've read, and I've read a lot, are hundreds of pages long. And the attorney, whoever is asking for
I'm
the
gonna get
deposition,
Go ahead. I'm
is
just grabbing my cup of water. Go ahead.
okay. The attorney who's asking for the deposition, they're not they're not doing they're not asking questions with kid gloves, at least not in depositions that I've read, and depositions that I've watched on different other channels and stuff. So so that first of all is just really strange that it didn't read like a deposition to me. And
No,
then
that must be a special kind of deposition. I've never seen it like that either.
yeah, special kind of deposition. Cherie knows we've both read depositions together, and nothing like what that was. That was more of a question and answer, fact finding about her, how her day went, basically on that day. And then also,
And another thing that really quick, Rhonda, I just want to throw out there too, that this deposition was taken months after this incident with Nicole happened. Lori James, who was the one doing the questioning in this deposition, already had access to this interrogation video that you're getting ready to watch. That's a fact.
right,
It's in discovery. She already had access to it. So most people who, being a normal average person who just likes to follow crime cases and follow the law, have to ask yourself, as somebody who is charged with the life of an individual in your hand who's being charged with murder, and you've watched this interrogation video, and then you walk into a courtroom or whatever room they were at to deploy this deposition, if this would be the tack that you would follow, just keep that in mind. But go ahead, Rhonda. I'm sorry.
no, that's okay. And then also, even though that deposition, I like to use air quotes a lot that nobody can see. Even though that deposition is only 11 pages long and 27 questions, you still will be able to pick out the lies and the inconsistencies when you watch this video.
Right.
And then also, I was going to say something about the video. Um, anyway, I can't remember what it was, but it's not going to be hard to see the inconsistencies and in some cases just flat out lies, and you're going to find them easily. Um, I can't remember what else I was going to say. I might have to stop the video in the middle of it if I remember, because I felt like.
Oh, I'm going to stop the video. Trust me. I'm going to stop, and we're going to touch base on. We're going to touch base because
Talitha does not make a lot of. Oh, I know what I was going to say. If you've watched all of these other interrogation videos, like with Garrett, and Jasmine and Ashley, and then you compare that and the aggressiveness with those interviews or interrogations, and compare it to the aggressiveness with Talitha, something ain't right. Something
Well,
is not
I'm
okay.
I'm going to point out really quick. Pay very close attention to what the hot shot is wearing when she walks into the
Yeah,
interrogation room.
yeah, that too. Uh,
That's a
yeah, yeah.
definite. Um,
And the
so
storytelling that she does, they just let her tell a story. They don't really interrupt her. These detectives, Detective Rowe, and I can't think of the other detective that
I
he
think
comes
it's
in later.
Wilson. I think it's
No, it's not
Wilson. But
Wilson. It's yeah, I
is
don't
someone
think it
else?
was Wilson. I think I can't remember who it was, but anyway, they
Well,
just let her tell a story, but she doesn't make a lot of sense. And
oh,
I've
and then
listened.
even when they really try to do some detective work, they are still really confused. Like
Oh yeah,
when Roe doesn't realize that she's talking about two different Chris's, and
yes,
when she's talking about Mikey Hiddle's cousin and a girl who's ginger, and like he's completely out of sorts with all of that.
yeah.
Um,
She
so
talks in like I can't describe the way she talks. You guys can form your own opinions when you watch this video. It's very bizarre, and
and then
she does not
political,
get her feet held to the fire, in my opinion. Uh,
she doesn't.
and she's allowed to just say whatever, and they do not do any pushback on her, uh, from my perspective. So,
All right, I'm gonna run down really fast through the chat, and then we're gonna hop into the interrogation video. How can you smoke a bowl of meth and go to sleep? Serious question. Rhonda, you can answer that.
oh, can
Not
I?
because Rhonda, not
I've never
because
smoked
Rhonda,
meth.
no, but she's known people. So Rhonda, is that an
uh,
upper or a downer?
Meth is definitely a stimulant, and when uh, when the people that I know were using meth, they would definitely need a few bumps or a few slams or whatever when they started feeling tired and trying to go to sleep. They were getting their next fix so they could stay awake. So yeah, KO, I it's definitely odd.
Yeah, Talitha smoking a bowl and then going to sleep is like about as true as Ashley saying she loved her, right?
Exactly. Oh my
Right,
God, I know. Yeah,
right,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Cher says, why does she keep referring to her as Miss Garth? Um, I don't know.
Because well, probably because she doesn't really know her very well, quite frankly.
That's yeah. That's the sad truth, really. Mother of Dragons, I caught that too at the Joys of Freckles.
We missed something.
I think we did miss something. Peter, it sounds like they've set Ashley their story, been well rehearsed to me. She's the only, I must have cut off his message. Only, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're saying, Peter. It sounds like they've set Ashley up. Um, we're going to talk about that after we watch Talitha's interrogation video, but you might be onto something. KO, she's conveniently leaving out the entire time they were wrapping Nicole's body. Talitha, um,
uh,
Talitha's leaving out a lot.
yeah.
Uh, selected memory, she's she's good. Mother of Dragons. Good Lord, this woman. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. She needs to be in the padded cell now. Just wait. Uh, Friggin' Hill, the cotton wool, where is the merino wires? I'm not sure what. Peter's from Scotland, so I think a little bit of his accent comes through a little bit.
We need Alice here to translate.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes.
And there's Amber. Amber, I miss your face. Peter, funny handshakes, the good old boys. You know what? In these small little counties, I think there's a lot of good old boy handshakes going on. Bet she's keeping out Garrett's dad in interrogation. Um,
Very little is said about that. Very little.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're right. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Mother of
No, I can.
Dragons. That is true. Look at the one they done on Keegan Klein. Are you talking about the deposition on Keegan Klein, Mother of Dragons? And you're comparing that to this? If I remember Keegan Klein's correctly, and there's no comparison. That was a real deposition. This was a hi, how you doing? Where were you yesterday?
Yeah.
And thanks for coming in. Pretty
Yep.
much.
Pretty much.
Did they give her tea and biscuits? They should have.
Sounded like it.
Roundabout bad girl. I don't. Oh, Amy, that is so true. This is why I hate the lag. Mother of Dragons. I'm not sure what that was in reference to. Mother of Dragons says she didn't look like she was dressed to go to the police station.
No.
Yeah. Okay, here's the I have to give you a funny story really quick. Don't tell I don't even I have no this is one of my technological mishaps, but I've had because I've been looking forward to this for so long. I had Talitha's interrogation video uploaded on YouTube, unlisted for a very long time. And I was in my content area in YouTube studio, moving some things around, and I must have hit a button. I don't know what I did, but I hit something. And I get this notification from Mother of Dragons who says, I think she said, "What is she wearing?" or "What the hell is she wearing?" And I knew I didn't have anything playing that I had, because normally you get a lot of comments when a video is first uploaded. So I didn't have anything in real time I felt was active. And I'm like, what is she talking about? So I go and look and I'm like, oh shit. I accidentally unlisted Talitha's video. And that was the first thing that Mother of Dragons said. Like within the first 5 minutes of the video, she said, "What the hell is she wearing?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry," and I had to turn it off. I'm like, "Oh, that wasn't supposed to be available right now." So she
You're not
caught
supposed
on
to
to that
see
really
that.
quick. Yeah,
Yeah.
she caught on to that really quick.
I want to address
Hey,
this statement
this
whenever
one right
you,
here.
yeah. Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So adjusted fate says meth addicts falling asleep while using or after using is very common. Today's meth is not like it used to be. Facts. So the people that I know who were deep into methamphetamine use was way back in the 90s and early 2000s, I would say, maybe even maybe even to 2010. And they were they weren't cutting meth with other product as much or like they do now. And certainly the people that I know were getting their product from uh, preferred places of the country. And yeah, they would, so, um, the people that I know would start falling asleep, but they absolutely, when they would start falling asleep, they had to get another hit because that's what. Okay, full transparency. I have a former sister-in-law who is literally mentally ill, psychotic today because of the amounts of methamphetamine that she was slamming because she wanted to stay constantly awake and on the go and moving. And she was just, if she got anywhere near sleepy, she was after my brother and, well, both of my brothers for more. I need more. I'm getting tired. I don't want to go to sleep. Keep me up. So it's not like it, just like marijuana, is not like it was back in the day. So anyway, yes, I'm not arguing with you at all. I just am talking from my experience.
And just I hate having to keep because we keep dapping into Nicole or to Talitha's interrogation video, but in this video, um, not Nicole, but Talitha was doing meth and smoking weed. Um, she talks about that emphatically there in the video. God, it sucks when your eyes are so bad you can't see without a freaking pair of glasses. Um, so so I think we should go ahead and get into it before it gets any later. And I am going to stop. Just I'm gonna. I don't know what to point out beforehand or not. But like I said, there is a big name issue with Talitha as far as her not saying names initially. And there's going to be a couple of areas that I'm going to stop and I'm going to point out some things because it's important. And unfortunately for you guys who just want to watch straight through, I've waited a very long time to be able to play this and present this information. And I've had the opportunity to watch it tons of times. And I don't know if any of you that are watching have that time on your hand to do that after tonight. So I want you to take away from tonight the most that you can. And Peter says, Rhonda, are you a dealer? No, Rhonda is a very smart woman. She's a very
Well, I
smart
don't know about
woman.
that. Unfortunately, I just have way too much familial experience with it.
Yeah.
So, no,
Oh,
not
and
a
really
dealer.
here, and I know. Hang on one second, really quick before I go on, um, because I feel like I left some major important thing out tonight, and it's probably because my little mouse here likes to just jump pages. No, I didn't. Never mind. That's where my PowerPoint again just failed me. So I have to use that in another video. But for those of you who are watching who have been dying to know, I think that we have uncovered who the author of the cryptic note is. For those of you who care or feel like that meant something in the Delphi case or in this case, through some deep research and some questioning and talking to some people, we're pretty sure that we've uncovered who the author of that is. I had put together a little presentation for that, but I didn't upload it, and I'm not going to go back and upload it because it's already 20 till 9, and we have a lot to go over still. And after Talitha's interrogation video, there's a whole nother bombshell that I'm going to drop. So, but it cannot come until after Talitha's interrogation video. So if you are ready to watch this, type of 1 really quick. Before I hit play, I want to make sure there's no questions that I'm missing that have to be answered before we start. Type of 1 if you're ready. Dawn says the meth statement of falling asleep after and during is true. That's back when it was made in the USA. You told yourself, Mother of Dragons says, haha, I didn't know I was supposed to watch it. You weren't supposed, well, you didn't know. I didn't even know that it was live, but as soon as I seen what is she wearing, I knew something was going on. I was like, wait, what? And then you were like, oh my God, I was just watching a video and then it like stopped playing. Jessica says, I was in jail with Talitha once. She's truly a nut job. Oh my God, Jessica James, I need to get you on the phone.
Yeah, a
Jessica,
conversation needs to be had.
please, 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 girl, please. My email's scrolling across the bottom of the screen, or you can message me. No, message me through my email. That's easiest. But it's scrolling. Oh my gosh, I would love to talk to you. If you would have pondered as to her chosen attire. Trust me, Talitha walked in there with serious alternative motives, especially with her attire. And to a certain degree, it might have worked.
Maybe. All right,
All right,
let's
guys,
do this.
let's get it done. Well, it's not going to be quick and easy, but all right, everybody. Hey, Toby, all the ones. Here we go. So when I add it, I'm going to really try to refrain for at least 30 minutes to not stop it.
I may sit in here. I'm not sure yet. Let me see if he wants me in here, okay? I may sit in here. I'm not sure yet. Let me see if he wants me in here, okay?
Oh, Jesus. Sorry.
Hello. I'm Detective Rowe here at the Sheriff's Office.
Hello, I'm Talitha.
From Talitha? All right, Talitha. Currently you're here because have you seen some of the press releases and Facebook posts and stuff like that that we've been looking for you?
I've been told.
Okay.
I haven't seen them personally.
Okay. Okay. What I want to do, honestly, is I just want to sit and talk to you tonight. First thing I want to do is read you your rights so you completely understand. And then hopefully we can maybe hash out some things and get some answers to some of the questions I have.
And Travis, I think that she walked in initially, but the video was edited and that part unfortunately got cut out. But I think at the end of the video, you'll get to see her stand up. But for those of you who are wondering, I do believe that she is wearing assless chaps.
Okay. I'm going to read these to you, okay? So just read along with me. New County Sheriff's Office Advisor Rights. This is my name. 4/11/2019, 7 p.m. New County Sheriff's Office. Your rights. Before you ask any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be against you in court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before you ask any questions. And have them with you during questioning. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. So to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. Understand all that so far?
Yes.
This is just a juvenile, so you're an adult, so it don't apply. But the waiver of rights, I have read the statement of my rights, and I understand what my rights are. I'm willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. But basically, there's no force that you're being forced to say or talk to me. Okay? Do you understand all that?
I do.
Okay. Are you good to go ahead and just talk to me, and then at any time you can stop? So I just need you to sign where it says signature, and then make sure you print your name and put your date of birth under it, just so a lot of people can't read the signatures. Talitha Beckley, 87/82?
Yes.
Okay. So what's your current address? Where are you living at?
Technically, 6045 North Hodges Drive.
North Hodges Drive. Have you been there the last few days? Okay. So do you know why you're here?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
Can I answer questions about, Nicole?
Both. Okay. So how did you know Nicole?
She was brought over by a friend of my best friend's nephew
She brought over where?
to my house,
Okay.
to where I was living.
Okay. When was that?
Beginning of last month,
Okay.
or the end of February.
So that's the first time that you got to
That's
know
the
her?
first time I'd ever met her.
Okay. So you said that you were here for and/or about Nicole.
Yes.
What else? I mean, why were you here then?
Ongoing investigation. I don't know what you're fishing for.
I'm asking. What do you think that you're here for?
To answer questions about a murder.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so tell me what you know about that.
I got into a car to save some idiot's face. My roommate was not happy with the guy, and to stop him from getting in a confrontation with him, I told my roommate that he was going to give me a ride. So I got in the car, and I ended up in Francisville. And Nicole tried to leave with me. And one of the kids asked if she had her car there. She said yes. He said, well, let's follow them. And Nicole got out of the back seat with me and started driving her own car. They met up with the driver that was driving myself, in Francisville, at a little apartment. I kept getting calls from his girlfriend. She wanted to know where he was. All I knew was that he was supposed to be on his way to her. And the next thing I knew, they showed up at the apartment that I was at in Francisville.
Now, is this the same day that she was murdered? Okay, because you kind of lost me a little bit. So you're saying that you were over in Francisville.
I was at home.
You're at home and
Garrett and some Mike guy. It was me and Nicole. We were at the house.
on the Hodges Drive address. About what time of the day was that?
It was getting late. 6, 7 o'clock.
PM?
Yes.
What day was that? At least what day of the week?
I don't know. Friday, I think. Saturday, maybe.
Friday or Saturday?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying you were over at home
The 26th.
26th? I don't think that was a Friday or Saturday.
Is David is in town, right?
Well, today is Thursday the 11th. So it wasn't there wasn't last week. So the week prior, what day would it have been, do you know? Do you have any messages on your phone or anything that, from anybody that would give you a better indication?
Yeah, it was 28.
Okay. How do you know that? Do you see messages that...
I was talking to my friend Amanda, and I was talking to her when Nicole came in the room and told me that Garrett was there and that she had already let him in.
Okay.
So I quit my conversation with Amanda, and it ends quite abruptly, actually.
Okay, so you were over at the Hodges address.
6:30.
6:30 p.m. Okay, and so Garrett and Nicole, and you're saying this Mike guy? Do you know Mike's last name?
E.
Mike what?
E.
Just Mike E?
Yeah.
What's he look like?
Short, round, dark hair, brown eyes. He's DOC.
Prior time, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. And how do you know that, or?
He was pretty open with what he had done in the past, where he had just come from, where he worked. He was hitting on me.
So just those three pull up? You said that, did all three of those pull up to your house at the same time?
Nicole was already there with me.
Okay. And remind me again how Nicole got there.
She come to stay the night with my friend, my roommate,
Okay. So who's your roommate?
Terry Smothers.
Okay. So she's already there, and Mike and Garrett pull up. What were they in? What type of car?
Fine.
Okay. They pull up, and then do what?
He went. I don't know. I don't know why he showed up.
Did you know Garrett from before?
I dated his father 10 years ago for like 2 months.
Okay.
He has quite the memory. He remembered every time I was around.
Okay.
I don't know why they just showed up. Really, I've never met the Mike guy before. I don't know why she let him in.
Who's she, Nicole?
Yeah.
Okay.
They've been arguing. a few nights prior, maybe just a couple nights, her keys were misplaced and taken. Garrett had been using her car and had left stuff in the trunk, and he needed access. So my best friend's nephew, the one that introduced me to him and his girlfriend Ashley, stole the keys so that he could get in the car, and I wouldn't let them get in the car. And when I finally made them give the keys back, they threw them and they ended up the front tire somewhere. And that night they all went to bed, they left and did whatever they do. But she had told them both, Garrett and my best friend's nephew, that she was going to call the cops. She was tired of it. She was sick.
What do you mean by sick?
She was addicted to heroin, and without Garrett, she couldn't get any. Not where she was. And I think that's why she let him in the door that day.
Mm-hmm.
But it was weird. As we were walking out, Terry, my roommate, was walking around the back side of the trailer to come in the back door that we use. And I immediately stepped up and I said, he said, "What's he doing here?" I said, "He's just here to give me a ride." And he said, "Well, I don't want him back here." I said, "I know." I said, "No problem." I said, "He's just giving me a ride tonight."
Who's he that said he didn't want him back there?
Terry.
Okay, I thought Terry was female. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Terry and Nicole had known each other at some time before, I don't know.
Okay.
But when Garrett had brought her over, you know, Nicole and Terry were already familiar, so she was comfortable, and I don't know, it was easier. I mean, she kind of fit in.
Okay.
But I went straight to the car,
Okay, like I said, I was going to stop and just chime in really quick. So a couple things I want to point out is the fact that she keeps referring to the fact that Nicole was there. She wants to make that very clear that Nicole was already there. And she had no idea what Garrett was doing there or why Nicole let him in. Yet we know through Nicole herself texting her family that she needed a place to stay, that she was in trouble. We know that from what she just said and from what Garrett had said in his interrogation video, that this whole car key situation was a big event and that she was told to get off the property. So we're going to backtrack to this whole point here later, but the fact that she keeps hammering this home to me and knowing this case, that tells me something. And then she wants to keep talking about her so-called roommate. The roommate lived in the trailer behind Jason Palladino's. So I'm not really sure he was really a roommate at all. But the fact that she acts as though does she know Nicole or does she not know Nicole? Because here she's saying that she had just met her like a month ago. And then in her deposition, when she really should be clear-headed because she's out on bail, I'm sure she's being drug tested. She said that she met Nicole back in 2016. So these are the things that you have to pay really close attention to. And then when she starts getting questioned about certain details, instead of answering, she answers with, "Oh, and it was really weird that my roommate came out around the corner of the trailer and says, what is he doing here? Well, she'd already said that like 3 minutes before that, and she's repeating it. Now she's talking about getting in Mikey's car. And remember, you've got Garrett, Mikey also saying that Nicole was not there when they got there, that Nicole was pulling in. And when we get to the end of all of this, you're going to have to ask yourself and decide who's lying, and that lie specifically, who does it benefit? But now she's going to talk about getting in Mikey's car. You need to pay close attention here, so I don't have to go back and rewind. Pay close attention to her words and where she says she's going, where she thinks she's going, where they're actually going, and how she keeps wanting to reiterate that Ashley is calling her. And she throws in, well, I don't know how Ashley even knew I was in a car. I don't recall her ever giving any information about Ashley saying anything about, oh, I know you're in a car. Ashley's calling her phone. She happens to be in a car. Ashley's calling because Ashley knows that Garrett was going to Delphi, to Palladino's property, and she knows Talitha lives there. Ashley has no way of getting a hold of Garrett. But listen to her versions and how quickly they change about Marysville, Monticello, Francisville, Kentland, and Ashley's in Kentland, and that's where I thought we were going. And just pay attention. It gets very confusing, and you start to see she is confusing to me personally. I feel like she's screwing up her memorized story. That's just my opinion.
I swear it's black. It might have been midnight blue or something. Weird little looking car. It was weird. It looked like a roller skate.
Okay. You mean that they drove up in?
That the Mike, yeah.
That the Mike guy was driving?
Yeah.
And you're saying that Scion was already at the house?
Yes.
Okay.
That's Nicole's car.
Okay.
I immediately got into the back seat and on passenger side, and Nicole got in on driver's side, sat right next to me, you know, and I looked at her and I said, "Where are you going?" She said, "Wherever you are." And then Garrett came to the window and said, "What are you doing?" She said, "I'm going with her." He said, "Well, you have a car. Why don't we follow them?" And she said, "I really don't have gas to do that." He said, "I've got $20. And she got out. She went and started her car. He went and talked to, on the other side of the camper. As I was walking out, I saw my best friend's nephew. He was talking to someone that had just dropped him off, or I brought him there or something, and
Sorry, right there, I got to point that out. Paying attention. She said he went and talked to her best friend's nephew who had just gotten dropped off. Wasn't the whole point of Garrett and Mikey driving out there to get meth from Jason? So now we have her version, and then you have Mikey's version, who gave the details that I played for you last night, plus his interview, if any of you went and watched it on Crime and Shame, where he says they're going out there to get meth. They go in the trailer. They talk to Jason. He uses the bathroom. I asked him specifically, was there any conversation about Nicole? And he said, no. Garrett and Jason went into another room. They filled a torch tank. Then they left that trailer and went to the trailer behind that. And Talitha was in there, and they got high with Talitha. So Jason's not just getting dropped off. Or is he? Yeah, it comes down to who you believe. But listen to this whole situation right here is very important. And there's no clear-cut answer as to who's lying and what's true or not, unless you can prove who has the motive to be lying about this situation.
Garrett after talking to Nicole, her getting out and going to the car, he went up and talked to him, which is initially his friend, how we got, introduced again. And, he come back over to the car and said, you can get in the front seat, he's okay, I haven't known him that long, but he's a good guy from what I can tell you.
Who came back?
Garrett.
Okay.
I said, what did Jason say? He looked at Mike and then he looked at me and he said, have a good night.
Where's Jason?
My best friend's nephew.
Jason what?
Paladino. And
Jason said, have a good night.
I got in the front seat and
So you're in that little boxy car. Do you know what brand it was or make or anything?
I'm not sure right now.
Okay. So Garrett was in the front driver's seat?
No, he never got back in while I was in the car.
Okay. So
When did she ever say Garrett got in the car?
Yes.
and then he walked over to Paladino and was talking to him
Yes.
and then returned. Okay, who was in the front passenger seat?
Nobody.
Okay. And you were in the rear passenger, and Nicole got in the rear driver's side
Right.
initially. Okay. Then she was talking about, or Garrett was saying, why don't you just follow? She said she didn't have the fuel, the gas money. He said, I got $20. So then what happened after that?
We left the driveway. We were on Hodges Drive for a minute. I asked
But
him,
who left the drive? Who was driving?
Mikey,
Okay, so Mikey, the one that drove the car there, was leaving and driving.
right,
And-
with me in the passenger seat.
So is this a true story, or is this when Nicole pulled in, Garrett, who was in the front seat of the car, got out and went over and got in with Nicole? This whole scenario that she's talking about is really hard to digest, in my opinion. But she's clearly distancing herself and she's distancing everybody from each other in this whole scenario.
Last I knew, she was in the back seat, and now she's in the front seat. Maybe I got confused.
Yeah, well, she claims that she was in the back seat, which she was in the back seat. If she was leaving with Mikey and Garrett, she would have been in the back seat. She's adding that Nicole got in the back seat with her. And then Garrett gets out and goes over and talks to Jason, or Garrett wasn't even in the car and Nicole got in the back seat and Garrett comes up to the car and says, what are you doing? You have a car. Let's follow him. Then Garrett goes over and talks to Jason because Jason just got dropped off. That whole scenario it contradicts Mikey's version. And I'm not saying that Mikey's telling the truth, but in my opinion, who has a reason to lie here?
Right.
I'm saying she does, because I wholeheartedly believe that she knew that Garrett and Mikey were coming there, and she texted Nicole and told Nicole to come over, and Nicole did, under the pretense that she was going to get her drugs, because Talitha knew and Jason knew that Garrett and Mikey were on the way. That's my opinion. But that is why she's lying about Nicole already being there, because she doesn't want to be implicated at all in luring Nicole to the property to begin with. Because we already know that Nicole was told to get the F off the property. Nicole was already telling her family that she needed a place to stay and she was scared for her life, that she was in trouble. So there's a reason that these lies matter. And this scenario right here, in my opinion, I can't find a reason why Mikey would lie about this, because this doesn't affect him. Now, Nicole and Garrett being at his apartment and then Nicole being found dead later the next day, that does affect him when he's already a convicted felon. He's on probation, and there's now a girl who was just at his house who was found dead. That right there might be a reason to simply lie and say she never came there, whether he had any wrongdoing or not. There's a reason there. I can't find a reason for him to be lying about the events that played out here. My opinion, you guys can derive your own.
So you moved from the rear to the front?
I did.
Okay. And where was Nicole and Garrett?
I watched Nicole get in her car.
Okay.
I don't know where Garrett went. I'm assuming to the car.
Okay. And what was your intention? Where were you going? Were you going to score and party, or?
I guess.
I mean, is that what the intention was when you got in with the Smite guy?
No, I didn't have any future intentions or even 5 minutes down the road what I was going to do. But I kind of knew when I got in the front passenger seat that I was in for a ride. I didn't think I was going to Francisville, just like Kentland.
Okay. So as you left, you think, or you know,
I was
what?
wondering what's taking so long, you know, what are they doing, you know, did Terry come back out and confront Garrett, or what happened? So I asked Mikey if he would back up down the lane just until we saw them leaving and then go about his way. He said, yeah, no problem. He started backing up down the lane, and we heard a door shut. And he backed up a little bit faster, and we ended up, like, her car was between the two trailers, and we were on the road between the two trailers. He said, is this good enough? I said, yeah. They got in the car. He said, you ready? I said, sure, I guess. And started driving toward Monticello, and Garrett's girlfriend, that was the first call I got from her. I don't even know how she knew that we were in a vehicle, or that I was there, or that I was with him, or he was with me, or whatever the situation was that he told her. As far as I knew, he didn't have a phone. When he came over, he used my phone. When Nicole was there, he used her phone. Sorry. We're headed toward Monticello on 421, and she called, and I didn't answer. She sent me a message on Facebook. I talked to Garrett. He left however many hours ago. I think it's for like 10 hours ago. And I said, I saw him a little bit ago. I think he's on his way to you. She asked me, do you know where I am? I said, no, don't you? And she said, yeah. She said she was in Kentland.
Okay.
And the guy didn't know where we were going. He wasn't paying attention when he drove, or whoever drove, or what happened. But I had to give him directions toward Madairyville, that's where I thought I was going, was Madairyville. So I called someone I know in Madairyville, and I told him I was headed his way, and if possible,
Now she thinks she's going to
if he
Madairyville?
would come get me if I needed a ride. And he never responded. Before we even got to Madairyville, I saw him. This guy, we get back on a road that he's familiar with, close enough to Francisville, and he turned, and I knew then that we were not anywhere close to Maryville anymore, or I wasn't getting close enough for a ride. And then we went over the tracks down the road a bit, and he made a U-turn and pulled back into this apartment complex right next to the railroad tracks, where after getting out of the car, and he asked me for a card. I said, why do you need a card if this is your apartment? He said, it is my apartment, but my cousin locked the door, and I don't think she left the right key. I said, really? No, I'm thinking it's fishy already. I don't like it. And I told him I wanted to go wait in the car, and he busted in the door right then.
Like, what do you mean by busted in?
For real,
He kicked it?
all of his weight. No, he didn't kick it.
I mean,
Yeah.
use his body though?
Yeah.
What town was that in?
Francisville.
Okay. And so,
turn right after the gas station, go down to the railroad tracks. It's a little apartment place right there on the right side.
Okay. So how did you know Garrett's girlfriend?
I around her a few nights.
And were you friends on Facebook? Is that how she Facebook messaged you?
No, we weren't friends.
No, but she knew you enough to send that.
Mm-hmm. She, the second phone call that I got from her after we were already at the apartment, which did turn out to be his, I guess. He's not there often or whatever. He's from Rensselaer. And, she didn't call from her Facebook account. She called from Garrett's Facebook account the second time. And I answered thinking it was him, wanting to know what the heck's going on. And she's like, well, it's been like 12 hours now, and I told her, I said, I haven't heard from him since last time I talked, or since before the last time I talked to you. And she said, well, I'm getting really nervous and this and that, and I told her, I said, just hang in there, and I'm pretty sure he's on his way to get you. He wasn't.
Okay, and what was her name? Garrett's girlfriend?
Ashley.
Okay, do you know her last name?
Garth.
Okay, so you're at the apartments. He forces his way into the apartment. What was that intention? What was he doing after that?
I thought just chilling, relaxing. That's the best he told me to.
Okay. So after, did you follow him in?
Yes.
Okay, what did you guys do inside?
We played on our phones, honestly. He got in contact with his cousin to find out why she left the wrong key, if she knew she did, if she needed the keys that she had left him instead, yada yada.
And who's his cousin? Do you know?
No, I hear her girlfriend's hot though.
So she lesbian and his cousin?
Yeah, his girlfriend, or her girlfriend's name is Brandy. I can't tell you her name, I have no idea. She was Ginger.
His cousin is Ginger?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you know her last name? Okay.
No, her name is not Ginger. She's
Gotcha. Okay, so what do you do after you get done playing on your phones? What do you do after that?
Garrett.
Okay, why did she know that? And why does she feel the need to point that out? That Mikey's cousin, who she's clearly saying isn't there, but she knows that Mikey's cousin is a lesbian and her girlfriend's hot and she's a ginger. How does she know that, and why is that important? And number two, the time frame between Garrett and Nicole leaving Palladino's to follow them and not arriving until a while later, where did they go before they got to Mikey's apartment? On top of that, when Mikey and Garrett supposedly left Jasmine's trailer in the morning, but didn't arrive, according to Talitha, to her house around 7:00 in the evening, where did all of that time go? No one seems to be able to answer that. I've asked. Mikey doesn't remember. Garrett refuses to even talk about being with Mikey that day. And all we have is her version of events. All of this is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous amount of lies to try to, dredge through. But in all of this, where's Ashley?
And Nicole showed up.
Okay.
And they were parked downstairs, and he called Mike E. on Facebook, and he told him which one it was, and I don't know where they were parked, honestly, but he wasn't at the right place, and he told him it's across the street from the library, and gave him the address, I guess, gave him something. He ended up there, and next thing I know, they were at the door.
Okay. What happened after that?
It's weird. he kept wanting to use my phone. And I gave it to him, and then he would use her phone. And it was a back and forth kind of thing.
Garrett would use yours and Nicole's? Okay.
She went to the bathroom. Next thing I know, he went into the bathroom. They both coughed, and they both came out. And then it was time to come here to pick up Ashley. So I thought maybe Nicole's going back to my house to spend the night with Terry. Mikey didn't come.
Okay, did you guys hear what she just said about them going in the bathroom?
Yes, I did.
So it was the three of us in our car. And I knew we were coming here because that's what he said he was going to do, was pick up Ashley,
Who's that?
his girlfriend,
No, who said that?
Garrett.
Okay.
With Nicole in
I
the
said,
car, they're
"Well,
going to
where
go
is
pick
she?"
up
I don't
Ashley.
think she knows where she is. And he said, well, she's not fucked up that bad. She knows where she is. I said, okay. Listened to music pretty much the whole way there. There wasn't much talking.
I'm sorry, guys. I have to keep interrupting. But she just said she knew they were getting in the car. Mikey wasn't coming, and she knew they were going to pick up Ashley with Nicole in the car. And she tells Garrett, well, Ashley doesn't seem to know where she's at. And Garrett said, well, she's not fucked up that bad to not know where she's at. She knows where she's at. So remember that she said that. And in about 2 minutes, when she gets to the trailer, she's going to act as if she didn't even know Ashley was there.
We got somewhere outside of town, and he called, can't say her name. Jasmine. Called Jasmine and asked if there was anyone at the house. And she said no. I mean, she said, he had her on speakerphone. And she said no. And he said, well, we should be pulling up any minute now. And
Pay attention.
And we did. It turned out he went two circles. He did 2 circles around the whole freaking trailer park. I don't know if it was because he was lost and forgot where he was going, or just buying time. When we pulled in, he said, you guys might have to be careful, or you guys might have to be quiet. She had kids. So I get excited. And then there's like an add-on or something. Instead of going to the girl's front door.
Yes, Mother of Jasmine. Mother of Dragons, he calls Jasmine on the phone, puts her on speaker, clearly so Nicole can hear, and asks Jasmine who's there, and she says nobody. And then tells them when they get there that they have to be quiet. I'm assuming this is for Nicole's benefit because Jasmine has kids. Well, and buying time. They drove around the trailer park twice. Was this so Jasmine could take Ashley in the back room? This right here is why that audio of Mikey in Jasper County with Garrett on the phone and Garrett telling him if Jasmine would have just done what the F she was supposed to have done, no one would have saw what they were supposed to have seen. That right there tells me that Jasmine was in on this for whatever reason, and Nicole was already feeling a little bit weary. That's why he tells her you have to be quiet because Jasmine has kids. Jasmine didn't have kids in the home. Jasmine had already lost her kids a long time ago to foster care, and then they were adopted out. Garrett had been there the day before. He knew that there weren't any kids there. So Talitha at this point is throwing Garrett under the bus. But that's really important. that I pointed that out, that those steps were being taken. But to go back to the incident in the bathroom that she talks about, where they went in, they both cough, and they come out, and Nicole's not sick anymore. If they're shooting themselves up with heroin, because that's what Nicole needed, where did the heroin come from? Did Jason Palladino provide it? Or is that where Garrett went for Nicole before they got to Mikey's?
We walked like all the way around the side to the back, and there's it's like a new porch add-on thing, but it looks like a dungeon. It appears to be a dungeon when you walk through the door. And after trying not to, break her, just being careful to get in the trailer. We end up inside, and he didn't knock or anything. He just opened up the door, and first thing I had to do was pee. It was the first thing I do when I go most places these days. So I went back to the bathroom, and I heard him walk down the hallway because of his boots. And I flushed, I washed my hands. As soon as I shut off the water, he opened up the bathroom door, and I closed it. And he said, "Are you okay? Is there a problem?" I said, "Don't open the fucking door unless I answer it first." And he held his hands up and said, "Well, I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you know that Ashley is down in Jasmine's bedroom. The first door you come to, when you come in the door, we came in." I said, "Where?" He said, "Just keep going straight down that hallway, and you'll see." So I went down the hallway. The door was closed. I opened up the door, and Jasmine met me at her doorway, her bedroom doorway, and pulled me in. And Ashley was in there. She said, she wanted to know where we were, what took so long, this and that. And
Who's she?
Ashley. And just gave her a play-by-play like I did for you. Besides, we stopped and got gas.
Where's that at?
The Hilltop, or Monocle's. It's the gas station that's connected to Monocle's Pizza Shop in Monticello. We call it the Hilltop gas station. It's the first one you get to coming up to 421.
So that would have been an hour or two prior or so.
It was a good 3 hours.
Okay. Okay, so she pulls you in there, and Ashley kind of wants to know where everybody's been. You tell her, and then what happened after that?
She just got riled up. And I asked her, I said, "You've really been here this whole time, and he hasn't said a word to you?" And it was the wrong button to push. She went out there. She was already heated up because Garrett wasn't talking to her. She didn't think he was coming back. She definitely didn't expect to see me. I didn't expect to be there. She left the bedroom. She went out to the kitchen or living room or wherever, and all I heard was arguing. Jasmine went out there and yelled for her.
Yelled for who?
For Ashley. And told her she needed to keep her voice down. I heard slapping. When Jasmine went out there, she closed the door behind her. I figured it was Garrett and Ashley fighting. Nicole's not that person. She's not confrontational like that. She's said she was going to call the cops, but someone stole her keys. Someone was trying to get into her car.
And you mean that was back at the Hodges
Yeah.
address? But that was just then,
Right.
Did she bring that back up at the apartments, or you mean just back then?
She did bring that back up, but okay, I heard slapping, and next thing I know, Jasmine come back in the doorway, pulling Ashley by the arm behind her, and closed the door again. And Ashley came over and sat down on a sofa or couch, futon maybe. I sat down next to her, and I tried to calm her down, and it didn't work. All I did was piss her off. Garrett come back there, and he's screaming and yelling at her. I can't, honestly, stupid, to B-I-T-C-H.
You can say it, I mean.
I can't, honestly. I try not to. But he was calling her names, and right in front of me. I mean, she called him names, and he just reached out and smacked her. And I instantly got up, and I stood between the two of them, and he went out. He left the bedroom. I don't know where he went from there. And I heard him talking. And after a minute, Ashley shut up, and I could hear Nicole. And then he came back, and he started screaming and yelling at Ashley again. And Jasmine told him, "You're going to have to stop yelling. The neighbors are too close. They're going to hear you." And the two of Ashley and Garrett left the bedroom, and Jasmine stood in front of the door again, closed the door. I sat down, and the next thing I heard, next thing I heard was mention B word. I don't know what I heard. All I heard was the way he was talking to him, or her. I didn't know who he was talking to. But then when he called her a snitch, I knew who he was talking to. After a while, he came down the hall and was beating on the door. And Jasmine opened it, like, as he was pushing in, and he wanted tape. I told him I wanted to go home. He said, "I can't take you home yet." He said, "But it'll be soon." And then he left the bedroom again. I don't know where Ashley was. She was still out there. But God, it seemed like forever. And Ashley come back to the bedroom, and she's just smoking a bowl. And she tried to pass it to Jasmine, and she said, "Just get out of my face. Just get the fuck away from me." And I pretty much told her the same thing. And I told her I didn't ever want to talk to her again. I said, "I can't stand people like you." She said, "But I thought you loved me." I said, "I've never told you that before, and you'll never hear it ever." And then she started crying, and Garrett come in, talking crap again. wanted to know, wanted to know what was going on, and then, I don't know, he turned around and marched right back off into wherever, and I heard stomping for a minute or so. No one closed the door, and then I heard the snitch part again, and I heard a bump, and I had so many pictures go through my head. And when I went for the back door, because the bedroom is right here, like 6, 7 feet away from me, and then the back door that we came in was another 6 or 7 feet away from me. But before I got to the door, he was right freaking there. I wanted to know where I was going. I told him I was going to go outside and smoke, because Jasmine's got kids and I didn't want to smoke in the house. And
Not on camera right now.
he said, don't worry about it, she's
Okay.
never getting the kids back
All
now. And I said, what the hell does that mean? And he said, when everyone finds out, no one's getting their kids back. Not her, not that bitch, and not you. And I told him, I said, that's enough, man. I said, I got to go home. He said, as soon as Mikey comes back with Chris something, he called him something. When Mikey gets back with whatever name he called him, but it's Chris, then you can leave. I said, you know what? I said, just let me start walking now. I said, I can call Mike on Facebook and tell him, you know, where I am. He can pick me up. Ashley said, me too. And I said, don't talk to me. And I reached for the door again, and he put his hands on my shoulders, and he said, just don't do anything stupid. All the stupid stuff's over with. Just sit down and smoke a bowl. And yeah, I did.
So you never left the trailer, you went back into the bedroom? Okay, smoked a bowl of what?
But
Were you smoking prior to that?
no, well, yeah, I had already stopped, but I had smoked before that, yeah.
Before getting to the trailer?
Not that day.
Okay, so once you got to the trailer, you'd already smoked some?
Not that day, no. I had smoked, I think it was my third day.
Third day?
Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't smoke any that day? You didn't
No.
smoke any when you first got to the trailer?
No.
Okay. And so the only ones that you knew were in the trailer was Jasmine, Ashley, Garrett, and you?
I didn't know Ashley was in the trailer until I peed.
Right. But I mean, once you got there,
Right.
you seen that she was there. Anyone else in the trailer at the time? No. And when you seen Garrett go back out toward the kitchen living room area, what did you see? When you were walking down that hallway to go outside, and then he was right back on top of you or right by you, did you see anything? Okay, what did you see?
She was only living in Florida. She had a rope around her neck and it was tied to the underneath of the couch. She didn't look again.
Just what? I'm sorry.
I just didn't look again.
Did you see anything else? And you're talking about, it was Nicole.
It was Nicole.
Okay, you said earlier that Garrett had asked for tape. You know what we do with that tape?
like 10, 15 minutes before.
Right, do you know what he did with that tape?
Tape her up.
How did he tape her?
I don't know. Man, I knew it was her, and just, I couldn't look at her again.
I know it's tough. I know it's tough, but to the best of your knowledge, do you know if he put tape on her when she was alive?
So no. There's no way she could have been alive when I saw her last.
You mean by her laying on the floor? Earlier you said you heard some slapping and you assumed it was Garrett and Ashley. I mean,
When Jasmine pulled her back in there, she had, her face was red. And then when Garrett came back, he had a scratch on the back of his neck. This night, because I could see it when I was standing by the door. I heard them arguing before, prior times to the house. And I just assumed.
did you, when Garrett went back out to the kitchen living room area, did you hear anything going on between him and Nicole?
Well, when Ashley was back in the bedroom, she was ranting and raving, but she did finally, she shut up long enough for me to hear that they were talking. I heard Nicole's voice for a minute, and then I didn't.
So that when that door was still open,
No.
the bedroom door,
No.
it was closed?
Mhm.
And what did you hear them talking about?
I didn't. I just heard her voice.
Earlier you mentioned, I'm going to say the word, so I don't want to offend you, but you're saying that you heard Garrett saying snitching bitch or snitching bitches. Am I correct in what you
No,
said?
it wasn't plural.
So just snitching bitch. Who was he talking to when he said that?
Cole.
Okay.
That's how I knew who he was talking to.
Why would he say that?
Because she had threatened to call the cops for having her key stick. That's why I didn't let them,
From earlier at the Hodges Drive, she threatened to call the cops inside.
a few nights.
Okay, so among other things, she's saying now that Garrett's calling her a snitch because she threatened to call the police at least a week ago. That's why. That makes 0 sense.
Before.
But I mean, when she was in the trailer at Jasmine's,
Right.
Did
She did not threaten to call the cops as far as I know. No.
okay.
Not that night.
So you're just assuming that he said that from an altercation from a few nights prior
Right.
about some keys. Nothing she would have said that night.
No. Not while we were in the car together, and not while we were at that apartment.
Is there anything else that you would think he would think she was snitching about?
No. There was nothing that happened around me or that I heard of.
Because he's pretty upset if she was just going to call the cops over a set of keys.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So I just didn't know if maybe you knew of something else he thought she had done.
No, but that's why I didn't let them get in the car. Because if they would have used the keys to get in the car, then bad news.
Then what?
from your
Now
place
she's
on
the
the
savior
license.
because she claims she stopped them from getting in the car. What was in the car? Like, this whole thing doesn't add up. Is about the snitch and the car keys. The only thing that makes sense in all of this is Garrett referring to her as a snitch is either the drugs or Ray. And she's sitting here lying when she is a witness for the grand jury in that case. And Garrett is shitting his pants right now because they're going to call her to testify against him. And they might have all been lying. They all did lie. Ashley lied too in her first initial 10 minutes of her interrogation. But we have this timeline of events and all of these things that we've been able to prove throughout the course of this research based on Ashley's version of events. And every single thing that she has said lines up. It's what these people have done in between the shadows is what doesn't add up. But stay tuned. And I appreciate if you don't agree, that's fine. That's not how I see things. And also when she talks about Garrett said when Chris comes there with Mikey, and then she says that Garrett called Chris something she couldn't remember. Well, when all of this is over, I'm going to show you that she did remember what Garrett called him.
Okay, so take me back to you.
I just want to say, if I might, really quick, it's kind of disgusting to me how she's sitting there playing this hero or martyr like she's just the one who has the moral high ground here, but she's the last fucking one to go in and talk to the police. So spare me your fake ass tears. I don't believe a word she's saying.
And she also already knows what the deal is. I guarantee you she's already talked to Garrett and she's been in contact with Jason Palladino. And these 11 days that she's been hiding out, and they've been helping hide her. But this interview is not done yet. We still have quite a ways to go.
I'm gonna have to. I accidentally touched the button, so I might have to try to forward it if we've already covered parts. I'm really sorry.
That's okay.
Who's there?
I just didn't look again.
Well, Ginger, he strangled a young girl to death, which that's your niece. Do you not think that Nicole fought him at all? Do you not think that Garrett ran his mouth when he was running in and out of the bedroom about getting scratched, hit, fingernails dug into him? We've seen the pictures of the bruises on his arms.
I'm going to say the word, so I don't want to offend you. But you're saying that you heard Garrett saying snitching bitch or snitching bitches. Am I correct in what you said?
No, it wasn't plural.
So just snitching bitch. Let's see. Who was he talking to when he said that?
Oh,
Okay.
that's how I knew who he was talking to.
Why would he say that?
Because she had threatened to call the cops for having her keys taken. That's why I didn't let them, yeah.
From earlier at the Hodges Drive, she threatened to call the cops inside.
A few nights before.
I mean, when she was in the trailer at Jasmine's.
Right. She did not threaten to call the cops as far as I know, no.
Okay.
Not that night.
So you're just assuming that he said that from an altercation from a few nights prior
Right.
about some keys. Nothing she would have said that night.
No. Not while we were in the car together, and not while we were at that apartment.
Is there anything else that you would think he would think she was snitching about?
No. There was nothing that happened around me or that I heard of.
Because he's pretty upset if she was just gonna call the cops over a set of keys.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So I just didn't know if maybe you knew of something else he thought she had done.
No, but that's why I didn't let them get in the car. Because if they would have used the keys to get in the car, then bad news.
Back from your place on Hodges. Okay, so take me back to you unfortunately seeing what you seen with Nicole lying on the ground, or on the floor. And he said something about Chris and Mike.
I could leave when they got there.
Okay. So take me from there.
I did go back to the bedroom. I sat there. It had to have been hours. It had to have been. And my phone rang a Facebook call, and I heard it, and I heard Garrett on the phone about where have you been, and I think it was Chris. Because he had to leave. Chris had been living with Jasmine. They were a couple. And she just recently kicked him out. And then, I don't know how, but somehow Garrett got stuck there. And the Chris guy ended up owing him a tattoo or a tattoo gun or something. My head was so messed up that I'm not. But and I heard him say his name, but I didn't know if that's where he was going. And he did leave. He took her with him.
You gotta explain, I know it's gonna be hard, but you have to tell me exactly what do you mean by he took her with.
You'll have to explain, but I know it'll be hard. Come the fuck on. Sorry, my language. Sorry. This is ridiculous. Coddling her like she's some sensitive, legitimate witness to something. Blah.
Right. Yeah. Are you a witness or a suspect? That's his normal tone with everybody else. But I wanted to point out here, because she just touched on it, the fact that she knows all these details about Jasmine and Chris. Chris used to live there. She knew all of that. And then in Jasmine's interrogation video, there's clearly a lot of details that were conveyed between Talitha and Jasmine. Jasmine showing her that she has a warrant. Talitha's telling Jasmine how she's a killer. She's moved bodies, dumped bodies at hog farms and rivers, about the farm where they go to hide out from the police. So, once again, I know some of you in the chat or some of you watching don't think that Ashley has told the truth in any of this. However, Ashley has stated to me all along, and she stated to her attorney and her family as well, that when Garrett came back into the bedroom and hit her, Talitha went out in the living room with Garrett. And Talitha is the one who assisted Garrett that whole entire night. That is why Ashley is emphatic about getting the photos from the neighbors that were never turned over in her discovery that she ever saw. And now I believe that there's also video from that night as well, which Ashley is hell-bent on wanting to see those and wanting to present them in court, because she truly believes this is going to show Talitha helping Garrett take Nicole to the car. It's also going to show the next day when they go to leave the property, Garrett making Ashley get in the back seat because Talitha's riding shotgun. When Garrett leaves the trailer that night, Ashley says Garrett told Talitha and Jasmine to put her in that front bedroom where there was no bed and keep her there, not to let her leave, and to keep her quiet. Ashley said that she tried to come out of the bedroom. They wouldn't let her, but Talitha and Jasmine were sitting in the living room taking apart a sweeper and talking. Call me stupid, call me and Team Ashley all you want, but amongst all of this, when did all of those details between these two women take place about each other? If they weren't able to sit down and have an actual conversation during the hours of Garrett being gone and picking up Chris. Just throwing that out before she goes on to the rest of these details that she gives.
Yeah, he took her out the back door, put her in her car.
Garrett took.
He's cool. And we heard him drive off. It was raining. And I just wanted to go home. He had my phone with him.
Garrett had your phone?
Yeah.
Is that the one that you have with you now? Okay.
He wasn't gone that long. An hour at the most.
Okay.
I guess the Chris guy was at his aunt's house or something, and it wasn't that far away. But Jasmine kept saying that it shouldn't have taken that long. It shouldn't have taken that long. They should be back by now. And third or fourth time saying it, he pulled in. And a Chris guy came in first. And he'd gotten sick on himself. I could smell it. He stood in the bedroom doorway, asked Jasmine if he could come in and use her bathroom. And he didn't say anything to anybody. He was pretty well shaken up. He went out and into the living room and started like plugging stuff together. And I sat in the bedroom, in Jasmine's bedroom, and I was waiting for Mikey to get there. I thought they were coming at the same time. And it just seemed like he was never coming back or coming to the trailer at all. And I dozed off. And next thing I know, I woke up because I heard his voice. The Mikey guy, he's loud, he's boisterous. And it woke me up. He told me he was staying for a tattoo. And then I needed to just wait. And I told Garrett I wanted my phone. And I yelled at him. I didn't move off the futon thing. He came back and he brought me my phone, and he kept asking me questions like, "Are you okay?" And, you know, and I just kept telling him he was talking to me. Just quit talking to me. He gave me my phone. I laid down. I told my husband, I said, "Please don't leave without me." And he said, "You'll be the last thing that I grab before I go." I said, "Okay." And I went to sleep. I woke up that morning. I don't know what time it was when I went to sleep. I woke up later that morning, around 10, 11 o'clock. And I still had my phone and, you know, everything, but Mike wasn't there. So I messaged a couple people. And, you know, I looked around for Jasmine. She wasn't there. I really didn't know her anyway. I guess she drives. I didn't even know she had a vehicle. But I called a couple of people, I messaged a couple of people, and I couldn't get a ride. And then suddenly, as soon as the coffee pot gets done, Jasmine shows up. I was in the kitchen making a cup of coffee, and she was loud too, like Mike, and I thought I was the only one there, and she come in and she was talking, and whatever it was she was doing, and some guy with a car, a Cougar or something, she kept talking about it. And then next thing I knew, Ashley and Garrett come down the hallway. And I found out I wasn't alone the whole time. And he had her phone. And he waved it at me. And said, "So you've been trying to leave? Why didn't you just come wake us up? We still have the car." I said, "I don't want to go in that car." He said, "If you want to go home, you'll get in the car. We're leaving in 10 minutes." They went and got in the shower. Like nothing happened. And like everything was fine. And they got in the shower and I come out and they were ready to go. I was ready to go. He wanted to stop off at someone's trailer that I knew. He didn't know how to get back home. He didn't know how to get here or to get home, to get me home. And I was telling him which ways to go. Well, he ended up on Chalmers Blacktop. He knew the way from there. We stopped at the person's trailer before, and he tried to sign the title to Nicole's car over to this person, and they didn't want nothing to do with it. I got some bad news about Jason, my best friend's nephew, while I was there, and I was even in more of a hurry to get home. And I told the person whose house we were at, I said, "I need to go home now." And Garrett spoke up and said, "I'm taking you home." And the very last time, I told him, "Don't fucking talk to me, man." And I walked out and I got in that damn car. And he drove me home.
So back at the trailer, Mike and Chris, and I'll get some photos here in a little bit because you don't know their last name.
No, I don't know Mike's last name.
Do you know Chris's?
Spencer, I think.
Spencer. Okay, what's he look like?
Chris is a female.
Okay, that helps me understand. Okay.
We get back to the trailer. I walked in, and my roommate shows me Jason, my best friend's nephew, on the couch
is wasted. He's Danny walked. My roommate said that he had been there for about 5 hours. He had people over, sketchy people, sketchy things happened. He had fallen asleep. He woke up at some point and found out that everything in his pockets was gone, I guess. So I left him there and I called Chris. It was stepmom, pretty much. I told her what the situation was, that he was okay. No one had talked to him all day. I hadn't even talked to him. I went over to the trailer next door, and no one was there. It was a wreck. It was trash.
Are you talking back on how it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go back to, and that was prior to you guys leaving, right? Earlier in the night, back on Hodges? Or you mean when you went back home after?
When I got back home, that's what was happening.
Okay. And so Chris is a female.
Yes.
Okay. And what was she driving? Did she drive anything?
She was driving my best friend's car for a while, and then it ended up she didn't have a car because he wanted it back, even though he was in jail.
Are there two Chris's in this story?
Yes.
Okay.
Tell me who both are then.
The one kid, I don't know him. The tattoo kid from here.
Right, the one that was going to get a tattoo. Right. Okay.
And that's a dude, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the one I said, yeah, that's the one I meant. Do you know the last name of?
Starts with an M, I think.
Okay. So take me back before I go too far forward. Take me back to the trailer. You said Mike and Chris.
There's two Chris's.
I understand. Is Mike the dude or the girl at that time that's supposed to come back with Mike?
Mikey,
Okay.
not the one that's with the girl. The one with the girl, I don't know his last name. It's weird. It's Polish, Italian, something. But that's the place we stopped before he finally took me home.
No, back at the trailer after Garrett carried Nicole out to the car and you started to leave. Or you started to leave,
Yes,
he stopped you, and then he said...
He stopped me before he carried Nicole.
Right, and he said, once Mikey and who comes back?
I don't know what he called him, but it was Chris.
Okay, and that's, you believe to be a dude?
It is.
Okay. And you went back to Smokable. Did you actually see Mike and Chris come back to the trailer? Before he left with Nicole's
Mike and Chris didn't come back together.
Okay.
Garrett left and picked up Chris. And then sometime later, Mike showed up. He woke me up. I was sleeping. I don't know how long he was there.
Okay. And so how do you know that he picked up Chris just because he left without him and he came back with him?
Right.
Okay. Assuming he picked him up somewhere.
Right.
Do you know where that would have been?
His aunt's house.
Okay. That one you said earlier, somewhere close.
That's all I heard him saying on the phone, something about his aunt's house.
Okay.
Before we jump too far. So Garrett carried Nicole out of the trailer by himself. Could you see how he was carrying her?
No, not really. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I kept hearing.
And I think he dragged her for a little bit. Until we got down the steps in the back. Because then, Jasmine's window, her bedroom window was open and we couldn't hear, I couldn't hear the sound that it was making. And all I could hear was his boots then. So I just figured he picked it up.
So I'm sorry, okay, but I'm just trying to make sure that we've got the full picture. So you could hear her bouncing down the steps? Is that what you're telling me? No?
No, I heard it dragging. I heard him dragging something. But we didn't. There was no sound for a minute. That's when I think he picked her up.
So you believe he dragged her through the house to the steps and then probably carried her down the steps? That's when you stopped hearing that dragging sound.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see where, and you're saying he went out the back door, that's the same door you guys came in that you found kind of strange instead of using the front door?
Yeah.
Did you see where he went from there? Was the car there, not there? Did you see where he took Nicole after he walked through that door?
But you're assuming he put her in the car.
I heard two doors. I think he did.
Was that close to, because you pulled up to the trailer, where'd you guys
He
pull up? when
wasn't
you
in
first-
the front of the trailer anymore. The doors were too close. I could hear the door.
Okay, so when you pulled up, where did you pull up in relation to the,
He parked at the front of the trailer where the parking spots are.
okay. And you believe you heard the doors to be too close that somehow that car got from the front to the back?
Yeah.
And you're saying Chris, the guy that's supposed to give a tattoo, came back, they left, you assume he picked up Chris, they came back, and you're saying Chris, what, puked on himself, got sick on himself?
I think so. He smelled like vomit when he came in.
Okay. And what did he do? I understand you said he was supposed to give, you were asking to leave, and he was supposed to give Mikey a tattoo.
I didn't know that until Mike got there.
I understand that, but when you say I want to leave, Mike's like, well, I want to get a tattoo. Did Chris actually give him one?
I have no idea. I never saw him again. I never saw either of them again.
Where did they go? I mean, did you fall asleep? Or?
I did.
And
Mike was
Jasmine's?
supposed to make sure he woke me up before he left.
Okay, so you fell asleep in Jasmine's?
In the futon or bench seat or whatever it is.
Okay, and where was Jasmine?
On a bed, she's sitting there with me.
Okay, and
When Mike got there, I don't know where she was. I didn't see her, I didn't hear her. I heard Mike, and I spoke to Mike. I didn't see anyone else at the time. I heard people.
okay. So when you fell asleep, you believe Jasmine was in your room.
She was.
Chris was somewhere.
He walked out to the living room and started plugging stuff in.
Okay, and Mike, same thing? Mike, you was same thing?
Mike closed the door behind him. I don't know.
But you last knew that he was just somewhere out there with Chris?
Yeah.
Okay, and Garrett and Ashley were somewhere.
They were in the living room.
Okay, so all of them were out there, you and Jasmine were left in the bedroom. You were falling asleep, you're gonna go back to sleep, told Mikey to make sure that you pick you up. Now where does this other female, Chris, come in at? You're saying she came back to the...
No, they were, that Mike and Chris, the female Chris, and her boyfriend Mike. Garrett needed to stop by there before he took me home.
So everything was the same. And when you wake up, Chris and Mikey are gone.
Everyone was gone, I thought.
You thought, but actually Garrett and Ashley was apparently back on the other end of the trailer in the house.
They were.
And so Chris and Mikey are gone. And then Garrett and Ashley and
Jasmine
you.
was gone too.
Right. Then you're making coffee and she returned. And then that's when you left to go home, when Garrett was going to take you home. Okay, so that's when you get back to Hodges Drive and you see female Chris.
No, and Chris was before Hodges Drive. She lives in Yeoman.
Okay.
Not far from there, but we stopped there. I was his bet to getting in her door. I was the sure bet. She wouldn't have let him in.
Who's Garrett's?
Yes.
Okay. For what were you?
He needed a way to get into the camper so that he could talk to her about,
Talk to Chris.
yeah, about signing the title of her. Garrett and Nicole got arrested or got pulled over or whatever the situation was, whatever the deal was. Nicole agreed to put her car up to Chris, the female, for $500 for her bond. After Nicole got out, Garrett had ended up paying Chris half of it, or I don't know how much, I assumed half of it, and Nicole still had the other $250 to pay, and I never heard about it. I mean, I didn't hear any more about it than that, you know, and I figured everything was done and over with, and I guess it wasn't. He was trying to sign her car over to Chris, and Chris asked,
Okay, really quick, just to clarify before she goes into the rest of this BS story that she's telling and how she never heard about it, but she knew all the details about it. What she basically said, you'll have to go back and watch so we don't have to rewind. But she said Garrett wanted to stop in Yemen at a friend's house named Chris Spencer. If you keep listening, you're going to hear her very quietly tell Detective Rowe that Chris Spencer is like Jason Palladino's stepmom. When Garrett and Nicole got arrested, I've talked to Lafayette Police Department. Nicole got bonded out first. She was bonded out a couple hours before Garrett was bonded out. They have the timestamps. So if Nicole needed money to get Garrett out of jail, and Talitha was the best bet, like she's saying right here, to get Garrett into Chris's house to talk about this title, wouldn't it be very plausible that Nicole went to her roommate, Talitha, to find out how she could get money and use her title to her car to get the money to get Garrett out of jail? And Talitha took her to Chris Spencer's house. And that's how the title got there. Garrett had paid back Chris Spencer $250 of the $500 that was borrowed. Chris Spencer was still holding the title. According to Ashley, when she was standing there, the title was laying on the counter and they were all talking amongst themselves. And when no one was looking, she said she saw Garrett reach over to the counter and get the title to the car and put it in his pocket.
she asked me, she said, where is she? Why isn't she here with you? And I didn't know what to say. I didn't say anything. Garrett said we dropped her off at rehab. And just look at Chris, and I shook my head. And she sent me a text standing right next to me. And she asked me if I was okay.
Chris did?
Yes.
Okay.
And I told her I don't feel comfortable talking in front of the kids, Ashley and Garrett. And she said, I understand. And then her and her boyfriend said, absolutely no way, no deal. And I told him, I said, I gotta get home. So
Do you know what time?
So I told Chris that I gotta get home, and then he said, I'm taking you home.
So did he eventually get you home
He did,
right after that?
yes,
Over to Hodges?
yes.
You say it was about Thursday night, late.
And when Garrett pulled up, that is when everybody involved in this, except for Talitha, that was there, says that Jason comes storming out of the house with a gun and fired a gun off at Garrett. Pissed. That's why she had to make up that whole lie that he was passed out on the couch, and no one, not even her, had even heard from him all day.
Do you know what time it was that you initially got to the trailer?
Was it Thursday night?
You said Thursday night. Remember you looked at your phone at
Yeah.
the beginning?
It was dark,
Okay,
I'd say around 9.
okay. And when Nicole was killed, about what time was that?
Ashley said it's 12 hours, something like that. Two, three.
2 or 3 in the morning?
Yeah.
And then you said you guys were in there for, you said a while before you left.
Yeah. We were at that apartment for at least 3 hours.
No, I mean
And then
the trailer.
yeah. And then it's, I don't know, honestly, it seemed like everything was dragging on.
So you believe it's around 2 in the morning? And how long, on your best estimate, was it before he carried Nicole's body out of the trailer? From that 2 o'clock point?
Oh God, yeah, forever. A couple hours.
What do you think, or do you know what the motive was that would have caused Chris, or Garrett to do that to Nicole?
I don't know. He really doesn't seem like that bad of a kid. He's a little twisted, but he's, man, I never thought he had it.
Have you ever heard him to have done that to anyone else?
No.
Why didn't one of you, and I gotta be blunt, why didn't one of you guys call someone and stop it?
I don't know. I didn't have my phone, but when I did get it back, I didn't call either. I don't know.
Was everybody smoking that night?
Yes.
Everybody doing some type of drug? What was the drug that everybody was doing?
Meth and weed.
Can you tell me who's doing the meth and who's doing the weed?
I hit the bowl, probably the meth, probably 5 or 6 times. And then I smoked a joint by myself. And I don't know what else anyone else was doing.
Don't know what Jasmine was doing.
No. I don't think she smoked weed. I didn't offer. I know that, man, Nicole and Garrett, the whole bathroom thing at the apartment, I know what they were doing in there. I'm sure you know what they were doing in there.
Well, just tell me anyway.
They were shooting each other up.
Okay.
Heroin. Man, she went in there sick and she came out just fine.
Did they do anything else at the trailer, Jasmine's place?
Garrett was smoking a bowl, like a dope, before we even pulled in. I mean, they were passing it back and forth to each other.
While you're physically driving there?
I wasn't driving.
No, while he was,
Yes.
or you guys were in the one car and him and Nicole in the other.
The three of us drove from the apartment
Right.
together.
Right, you drove separate to the apartment and you all got the same mic, you stayed back at the
Right.
apartment. What about Ashley? So those two were doing meth, you were doing meth, Jasmine, you're not quite sure of.
I know she was smoking meth. I don't think she smoked weed. Ashley, I didn't offer it to her either, and I just wanted them all to disappear. Just quit talking to them all.
What, if any involvement in the killing of Nicole do you think Ashley had?
I think she helped with the trash bags. But, I don't know who was slapping who. I don't know anymore who's got what in them, who's able to do what anymore. But I don't believe she did it. I don't.
What would make you think that she helped with the trash bags?
She brought him to him.
She took them to him?
In the tape.
And the tape?
In the tape.
Where did those items come from inside the trailer?
I don't know. No, Jasmine handed her the tape. And, I don't know where the trash bags came from.
Where did the tape come from?
Jasmine had it in her hand.
Okay.
I don't know if she picked it up before he asked or what. I don't know. She handed it to Ashley, and Ashley left the room with it.
Why do you think that Jasmine knew what the tape was for?
Yeah.
And why would you think that?
Why I think she knew?
Mm-hmm.
Same reason I think I knew.
Help me out. Why did you think that?
I thought it was to get her to shut up.
Was she screaming?
No.
Do you think there's a relation to him yelling snitches? I mean, what do you mean by make her shut up? I mean,
Just put tape on her back.
did you know her to be alive at that point?
I hadn't heard her voice in a few minutes. All I could hear was him in his boots.
Was she, do you know, was she alive or dead when he taped her up? Did you physically walk into the room and see him tying her up, taping her up, or doing anything?
Just when I walked out, when I was walking to the back door, he was tying a rope to the underneath Yeah. He had Ashley pick up the chair on the end of the couch. So he could put the roof under the leg of the chair. At night, it was that fast. As soon as I touched the handle, he looked up and he was right there. I think I was dumbfounded.
To help me understand, what was he doing by placing the rope under the leg of the chair?
No.
Was she, Nicole, where was Nicole? Was she lying down, sitting,
She was
standing?
lying on the floor. She was already taped up.
She was already taped up?
Uh-huh.
I know it's hard for you to recall, but I really need to know, do you remember which way she was laying on the floor?
She was hog-tied on the floor.
Okay, and what do you mean by hog-tied?
Arms placed behind her back.
Okay, which direction was she
She was
laying?
laying on her stomach.
Okay. Exactly where at on the floor, in what room?
I don't know. Either the living room or the kitchen.
Okay, and where was her body facing, her head and her feet in connection with the trailer? So this is the trailer you guys are at, okay? And you walk down the hallway, you say, how was her body lying?
I walked down the hall and she was, her head was pointed toward the kitchen.
This is the hallway, and you walk out to the kitchen?
No.
Okay.
The doorway is on the left before you get to the kitchen opening.
Okay. And she was lying in the kitchen or in the living room?
I don't know.
Okay. So this is her head, this is her feet. Which direction was she?
Her head was
Okay, like this. What was Ashley? The officer asked you if and or you thought that Ashley had any involvement. You said that she took the items out to him. Did you physically see her assist Garrett in doing anything? Bags, tape?
No, I never saw her hand them to him or anything.
Was there anything else over Nicole's body when you seen her taped up and bound up? No. You just seen what you think was a rope around her neck? What about plastic bags? You said they took plastic bags out?
It's, yeah. They're, I don't know how many bags. There was bags and tape.
Did you see the bags on Nicole?
I couldn't, yeah. They were like a milky white colored chickens.
Where were they at on her body?
Her head. They were wrapped around her.
Alright, here's what I want you to do. I want you to take a drink of that water. And I want you to take a real big deep breath for me, okay? And I want you to just relax for a minute.
smoke?
Yeah, okay. You mind just leaving your phone in here, just on the counter when you walk out? Jerry eating everything, or?
No, there's watching. Oh, shoot.
It's okay, that's his, not mine, I don't worry about it. I get just a paper towel as well.
I apologize.
No, you're fine, you're fine. I was gonna say, go ahead and take a second, I'm gonna print a couple things out here in a minute, and, to show you, and we'll go from there. There you go.
So I'm just going to throw this out there while she's cleaning the table from the spilled water. I think I can tell by the comments in the chat, but I'm just wondering if everybody is seeing the differences in the way she was interrogated compared to all of the others. And the way she's spoken to so kindly, softly, and compassionately. I know this is going to be hard, but it's a crock of shit.
Well, safe to throw that away when we walk out.
Okay.
Alright, so just a little bit more. What I'm going to do, we talked about a lot of names, okay? And I'm not going to show a photo lineup per se or anything because you've said the names. But what I want to do is show you a photo and you tell me if you recognize them and then who they are. Whether it's a nickname, first name, or whatever, okay? Okay, so what I'm going to have you do, just so it's documented on the photo, I'm just going to have you write, you can just write on the back right here, it's fine, what you know his name by. Okay? And then we'll get stuff out of the way. Just put your name and then what you know his name by. What else did you say? You want to get on there?
Just today's date and then her signature.
And then just today's date's the 11th, yes, 4/11/2019. Okay. Ashley, okay. Same thing, just write your name and put hers and the date. that date?
That's fresh.
Okay.
It's okay.
All right. Mike? Same thing. Just put your name, then his name and date. And you mentioned, obviously, that Garrett had taken your phone from Jasmine's when he took Nicole's body out, correct? So it's obvious that we would need to get any data pertinent to that from him taking the phone. So what we ask for is just consent to search. That's just simply, you're going to give us authorization to do a phone data duplication on it and just get any information off that would.
There's porn on there.
It's on every phone. Not worried about that, okay? We're just looking at what's pertinent to this case, so don't worry about what's on that phone. Over here.
Good luck.
And if not, I'm gonna have to go out and get one. There we go. I'll read this to you, okay? It's kind of lengthy. It's basically the same thing, just asking us to do a search on it, right? So it's a New County Sheriff's Office voluntary consent search. My name, date, 4/11, timing, 02 p.m. New County Sheriff's Department. And then you're going to put your name there. Date of birth. Have been informed of the following. I have not been doing the same thing in exchange for consenting to the search. I have not been threatened in any way to force or compel to give this voluntary consent to search my mobile device. I fully understand anything found in the search of my mobile device may be used against me in a court of law. I have the right to refuse the removal of data and or search of my mobile device. I am sober, competent, sufficiently intelligent to understand this form and my rights. I can read, write, and understand the English language. I have received the following formal education. You're just going to put high school, college, trade school, if any of that apply. I understand that I have the right to consult with an attorney prior to giving consent. I authorize a law enforcement officer to take possession and or conduct a complete search of the following, and it would be cellular phone. The aforementioned equipment will be subject to data duplication, imaging, and a forensic analysis for any data pertinent to the incident criminal investigation. So basically, when we're plugging in, we're just going to do data duplication of what's on it, so we're not going to erase it, not going to alter and change it. We just want to get anything that's going to help substantiate what you told us.
Do I need my SD card for that?
I'll need everything that's in the phone now.
It's not everything that was in the phone, though.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
I switch out my SD cards depending on music and...
Okay. Let's get it signed, and then I guess we'll figure that out. Okay?
Do you have other SD cards with you?
No.
Okay. Is that SD card that's in that one not the one that was in there? Okay.
Is there anything that is on that card that we need to go get it?
Google
Now, are you talking about an SD card or a SIM card?
SD card
Because SD card, it usually collects the photographs and stuff like that.
pictures.
Yeah. Okay. So what did you take it out for? Why did you take it out from that night to now?
I wanted to watch different movies.
So what's SD card got to do with watching a different movie?
I saved my movies to the SD cards.
Okay. Off of like some app or something?
Yeah.
Off of what? What app?
YouTube. So, it's YTMP3.
Okay, where's that SD card at? I mean, the
When I
first
make a bag,
back at,
where I came from.
where's that? You don't want to say? Okay. Okay, so do you understand all this? Okay. Do you mind signing it then? What's your name, your date of birth, and your education?
Talitha, I've been really cool, right? Would there be any way that Jack could go get that and bring it to us? Okay. Because Jack and I have an understanding, right? So I won't ask him to tell me where he got it. Okay? Okay.
Can you fill that out? That's just my name, and then Mrs. Carradine, that's just the investigator that will do the phone, okay? So let's go to, can we slide over here? We just need to get some information out of it if you don't mind. Just want to go to the settings on it. And you the registered owner?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All you gotta do is where it says first authorized and consent to sign, print, and the date and time, okay? 9:10 p.m. Okay, the other thing I needed to know is your password, your login. You had a
That's correct.
pattern.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's draw that on the back. Just draw what your pattern is. Okay, so is that it's not a swipe, it's a pattern?
Knock.
Hmm.
Called a knock.
Okay.
Just want to see if you can get into it. Put it on.
Yeah, let's see here. Can you show me now? Okay, just gotta hold it a little bit. Okay. I'm gonna take the flask out real quick, I forgot to do that. And so when you turn it off and back on, is that still the same thing? There's no special code when you repower it up?
No.
Is your, cancel here. Your Facebook, is that all on here?
I'm not sure. I have Messenger on there.
Okay, I did see that. Right there where it says 16.
Yeah. I don't use Facebook itself really. I go through Messenger.
Okay, so is that what you think Garrett was using that night, was Messenger? And you're saying Google, you said somebody gave you a location on or something?
I generally do. Actually, I felt I was in a sketchy situation. I shared my location with 2 other people.
When was that?
When we left Hodges Drive on the way to Francisco.
Okay, just there.
I believe I did it when I woke up.
From the trailer?
Yeah.
And do you remember what the trailer looked like on the outside or anything?
It might have been blue. It might have been gray. There's a big tree in the side yard. The gravel. It's a gravel pit somewhere.
Yeah, I have to sign this when it comes back. Did you know that you had a warrant out for
Yes.
Glasgow? Okay, give me just a minute, okay? Figure out what he's finding out. think I read that very last sentence. To conduct a complete search of my mobile device and all the contents dated within a period of 30 days. Okay, I don't think I remember saying that 30 days. I just walked out and remembered that. So. Okay, I'm still waiting, okay?
Okay.
I'm just having him sign that as a witness. We got hold of Flagstaff County, and they want the warrant served. It's really obvious that they're going to want that. Okay. We thought we'd check, and there might be some option, but they want it served. Okay. So what we're going to do is go from here, just to make sure you don't have anything illegal on you. You don't have anything illegal on you that you're going to walk into the jail with. Nothing at all.
A lighter.
Okay.
Cigarettes.
Okay. You want to grab your jacket and we'll walk over there.
When do I get my phone back?
We'll get it looked at soon, literally within a couple of days. So, and then we'll just have it. As long as the prosecutor's okay with it, we'll just have it put to your personal property.
Okay, guys, that's Talitha's video. And now we're going to jump into a couple other things. But before we do, I'm going to try to get through this as fast as I can. But there's one really important thing that I want to go over that's going to kind of put this really in perspective for everybody. But does anybody in chat have any comments or questions?
I think there's been lots of comments and questions. I feel like most of the questions have been answered, though, by either others in the chat who know the answers or different.
And yeah, sure. Cherie, yes, Talitha makes me talk in all caps. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know.
I can understand that.
Really quick though, I'm going to hop into. I wanted to pull this up just because I wanted to check a name really fast. Let me see. Oh, never mind. That's the one that I didn't pull the right one in for. Darn it. Let me see. Okay, that's the deposition. Okay, I just wanted to share a couple of things from Garrett's chirp in relation to this and what's transpiring right now between Garrett and Talitha, and a couple additional things that Garrett had to say about Talitha recently, because Talitha is supposedly going to be subpoenaed to testify against Garrett in Ray's case. He still hasn't come off what she's going to say, but apparently she has something to say. So the dates on these through these chirps, when I screenshotted them, don't really matter. I know that they were between August through the end of, I believe, October. So this is Kurtz through his chirp from White County, talking about that Talitha's saying that she's going to be testifying against me because I'm telling the truth about her and how evil she is for once. See where I'm coming from? And I just responded, well, you should have done that to begin with. It was really hard to get him to talk about Ray's case because obviously it's an ongoing case and he's apparently fighting for his life to get a plea. Then he goes and talk about what he was ordered to do. I was ordered to kill her over drugs by Jason Palladino. who was Talitha's boyfriend at this time. Talitha is the one that lured Nicole to the car. I didn't know it was supposed to happen that night. And Nicole and I were planning on going to get my clothes and leave the state and go get clean when we got to the trailer. He said that about 3 weeks before he gave the whole story. For those of you who watched me go over his other chirps where he claims that he was working for a cartel out of Arizona. So you can't really believe a word that he says. So I'm just sharing with you all of the things that, the different comments and things that he has said over a course of time in regards to this. Then he was talking about, again, I think I went over this before, but I'm going to go over it again, about Talitha. You didn't find it odd that shortly after the new press release about Delphi and the newly discovered facts, all of a sudden Talitha is saying she's going to testify against me here. That means she's trying to get out of something. Talitha was dating a guy that ran off to California shortly after the Delphi murders when I was in Newton County. He's referring to Curtis Palladino, the younger Curtis. CJ Palladino is who he's referring to, because CJ Palladino did move to California not long after the Delphi murders. And then this other chirp I wanted to put in here. So Talitha bonded out in this case. She was arrested with Mark Palladino in, I think it's pronounced Pulaski or Pulaski County. Was going through a converted case with that, attempting to get out on bond. And then this happens. She had a warrant out for her arrest when this happened. Gets arrested for this. She's in jail over a course of time, and then she bonds out. She literally was subpoenaed and walked through the courthouse door to testify at Ashley's trial, which pretty much went exactly like her deposition went. But while she was out on bond, she was corresponding with Garrett through GTL Messenger, which is the IDOC tablets that the inmates have. And Garrett says that while she was out of prison, before she violated, she used to message me on my tablet under the name Elizabeth Weaver. I wish you could see the messages she sent me, because that would be more evidence that would prove, and he's talking about her lying in this case. And she has to use a fake name because obviously a convicted felon a convicted felon outside of prison cannot contact a felon inside of prison. They can't go on the visitors list. They wouldn't pass a background check. So in order for her to create an account with GTL, she had to use a fake name. What do you call? Cherie? What did you say? I've never heard.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, they actually do. They actually do in Indiana, and I think some other states too. They call them chirps. It's when the inmate, and it's usually only in county jails. Once they get to prison, I believe it goes to a tablet, and that becomes a part of a messaging system, and it's like an email system. And it might depend on too what prison you're in, but usually in the county jails, they're able to. It's like texting, basically. And Kurtz's parents and grandmother keep an overabundance amount of money on Kurtz's chirp. He will go through $100 a weekend, according to him, because they will keep his chirp loaded with money.
Wow.
So, so he's never having to sit and twiddle his thumbs. So, Adjusted Fate said Tennessee too. The chirping is, well, I will tell you this. He has had his chirp disabled for making threats to someone. So they shut off his chirp. So he doesn't have access to that anymore, and they will probably keep it disconnected until he goes to trial for Ray or agrees to a plea deal. Yeah, if you guys would have heard Rocky before I went live tonight, you would have been cracking up. He did a whole rendition of a cat fight that sounded ridiculous. Okay, guys, here it is. Last thing we're going to go over tonight. These are Garrett was emphatically trying, trying to convince anyone who would listen that Talitha is a liar and that he saved her butt in Newton County. He lied for her. He saved her from getting a first-degree murder charge. Now he's upset that she will be possibly testifying against him in Ray's case. So I was just like, well, that doesn't make it. I obviously trying to get information. Just basically said, I don't. That doesn't really make sense. Why would you do that? And he mailed me paperwork that he had in his personal property. And this right here is he sent me the transcribed because obviously he didn't think I knew anything. He didn't know who I was. He wanted me to read Talitha's interview, her entire interview that we just watched, because it was transcribed. And so he sent me the transcripts for her interview. And when he sent me those transcripts, they are transcribed by, I believe, a court reporter or someone within the law enforcement who does court reporting or transcribing. And so this report, the portion of this report that he sent me, it's more pages than this, by the way. But I included this one because this is where I found out about there being photos from across the street at the neighbor's house. Because the court reporter is transcribing pretty much, I think that she's just going through all the documents in this case and transcribing the information to put them into Detective Rowe's report. So up here at the top, right here, starting where it says April 5th, 2019, this paragraph right here discusses that Detective Rowe was emailed photographs from the neighbor across the street, which clearly we see him using those photographs in Garrett's second interrogation video. He's showing Garrett photographs about, can you tell me whose car this is? And he's basically letting Garrett know that there were cameras. And Detective Rowe even says that there's cameras everywhere. And then later in the video, he goes on to talk about continuous video that he watches. So he sent me this, and then he sends me this. Hey, Rhonda, can you make this screen bigger, or is it just me?
This one?
On the because I'm showing that I have it full screen, but it doesn't look like to me like it's full screen.
Well, if you do Control Plus and see if that helps. But you're not doing it from a screen share though, are you?
No, because I'm afraid that I'm not going to be able to read it. Well, I should be able to, but I want to make sure that I know that they can see it.
Well, not really, because it's too small for even the viewers to see. Is it just one page?
No, it's not this page. Hold on, I'm going to pop it over.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, you'd still have to. You could do it from a screen share and hit Control Plus, but if you've got it preloaded like in a slide, it won't work.
Well, that's the best that I can get it right now.
Do you want me to try and read it, or can you not read it?
I can read it. I can read it.
Oh,
I can read
okay.
it. I can read it. I just wanted to make sure that they could see it. So this is
Yeah,
a letter that was written.
That's a little better. Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. She said I can see it on my TV just fine. So this was
Yeah.
a letter that was written to Garrett, and this letter was actually photocopied. It was photocopied by the jail before it was given to Garrett. So the copy that he sent me was a photocopied letter. So here we go. Garrett. Well, first at the very top, it says, I love you. Garrett, how's my man doing? You look freaking delicious. I'm holding up okay. I was a little sad that you didn't have court with me on the 18th, but it's okay. Getting to touch you and sit so close to you the last time spoiled me a bit. My lawyer, I haven't fired him. He came to see me before court on the 18th and asked me to give him another shot and promised to not let me down again. So I told him no more crying to Dave about me being overly aggressive. Um, I asked Garrett who she was talking about, and he said that Dave was like one of the guards at the jail um, that she had been at. Um, and I will not even entertain the state idea of taking a plea just to get this all over with. I'm not the one. I'm going to trial. I'm not sure when, but at some point before February 28th, my lawyer would like to talk to both you and your lawyer about testifying for me. Also, just so you know, my lawyer asked me about how I would feel about testifying at your trial and what I would say. And I told him I will be, let me pop it over. I will, come on, move. I will be I believe she says at the bottom, because my bottom of my screen is covered. I believe she said, I will be the worst the worst state witness. And if asked, I intend to say the truth. When I left the living room, Ashley and Nicole were fighting and slapping and scratching each other. And you were just standing there watching. Ashley was the only one who had a problem with Nicole. And that, yes, I do think that you loved Ashley enough to cover for her and say that you did it. I wish we could talk face to face about this. I'm going to try to work something out. See if I can at least get us locked up and booking together so we can talk for a bit or more. I don't know. I'd like to do more than just talk, but I'm going to try to work something out. I've got court in Pulaski on the 7th, so they'll probably transfer me not this weekend or next weekend. I intend to delay my trip back here so I can come back with a sack of chew. That's all I've got going on. Yes, I do believe that you would move heaven and earth for me. I hope you know that I would do the same for you. I actually intend to do just that as soon as I get out. No matter what happens with your first trial, know that as soon as I'm released, I'm turning this whole case upside down. Before I left Hodges Drive, the first week of April, I gave Terry, AKA the roommate, my phone in parentheses to take care of for me. Actually, she said my phone and I think she said my iPad, my phone to take care of for me. And he never did. Instead, he gave it and my tablet to one of my favorite uncles. 2 weeks ago, when he found out I was taking this to trial, my uncle says that you called Jason from your Facebook phone on my phone, in parentheses, as soon as you got back with the elf, and that Jason, had sent you messages that said he told you to just give her a hot shot and other stuff. So that makes it look like Jason put you up to it and even threatening you. And Terry is willing to testify that he had heard and seen Jason threaten Nicole multiple times. Terry wants Jason to pay for Nicole. Just a heads up on my release. I really don't want this thing is in my way. I really didn't want to put that on paper, but I trust that you will flush this. one more thing. If you want to be with Dana, you can do that. Don't involve me in it, though. I do not share this fascination that you have with unattractive, big, fat, ugly, fat chicks. Don't get it twisted, though. I know you love me, and you know that I love you. I'm not worried in the slightest that another female could take my place. But if we are going to bust down a bitch, it's not going to be a busted down bitch. Deal, deal. That's it. That's all. Yours forever and always. Ride or die, baby. Talitha. There it is. So,
Ride or die, baby.
ride or die, baby. And she ditched the phone, because clearly she's aware that Garrett was talking to Jason that night. And Jason was telling Garrett to give Nicole a hot shot. That's why I find it interesting that heroin was introduced into that equation by Talitha. And what's also interesting, too, is that Garrett doesn't say anything in his interrogation videos at all about anything being tied to the leg of a couch. Yet, we know from this that Garrett's attorney is giving Garrett transcripts from these interrogation videos. And if this is something that he had in his possession, which clearly he did, and he's seen that Talitha said it, Garrett's just like I wanted her to be found. Oh, Talitha said that this happened. So by the time Garrett got to trial, he added that to his story as well. But the fact that this Terry guy was supposed to get rid of her phone, and I mean, none of this was ever, none of this was obviously ever pursued, because if they would have got a subpoena for her phone and did any kind of forensic investigation on that phone, they would have had this information way back then. If you look up the term, I had to look it up because I had not heard that term before. A hot shot is a legal dose of heroin or fentanyl or anything that's going to basically cause an overdose. And that is, in my opinion, in all of this, is I believe that privately, that was the plan between Garrett and Talitha that day, sent out by Jason. They're out running around, they're doing drugs. So Rhonda just posted, a hot shot is an escalated variety of heroin. Hot shots, also known as the gray death, are batches of heroin that include other opioids in addition to heroin. In most cases, these opioids, I didn't get to finish reading that. Opioids are stronger than heroin by itself, sometimes by a degree of more than 100 times. And in the toxicology report, which we should be hearing something any day now, right, Cherie? I know that in court, it was stated that she had enough, I believe it was fentanyl, in her system to kill a horse. And my opinion of all of this is that they left the trailer. Jason and Talitha knew that Garrett was coming there. Jason's like, call her, get her over here. And whether Garrett knew she was supposed to show up there, I don't know. But some of his comments that he's made through his chirps and stuff do kind of make a little bit of sense when you read between the lines. Like when he says, I didn't know it was supposed to happen that day. Then Garrett and Nicole disappear for a little bit. They don't show up at Mikey's right away. I do know that there is a house right in front of Palladino's that Russell Stout lived in. Conveniently enough, after this all went down, of course, he approaches Ashley's stepdad and tells Ashley's stepdad that Garrett Kurtz called him after Nicole died and said, I took care of that problem for you, bud. And that's because apparently Nicole had stolen heroin from Russell's house. Um, but he wasn't willing to go to the police, and I believe that this was told to Ashley's attorney, and nothing came of it. But there's that. But if they're at Mikey's house and they're in the bathroom and they're shooting up or they've shot up in the car, all I'm saying is that clearly she had a lot of she was loaded up with something. And it's possible that she had enough tolerance that it wasn't kicking in or working the way that Garrett thought that it would. And as a last resort, they go out to the trailer. I can't say that for sure, but the fact that that Nicole's told to be quiet when they go in, and apparently in Garrett's audio version with Mikey, when he says if Jasmine would have just done what the fuck she was supposed to do, no one would have seen what they saw. And was that Jasmine's responsibility to keep Ashley in the room? And and all of this happened in the front room or on the property quietly? I don't know, but it does leave room for the fact that was that exactly what Jason Palladino was pissed off about? That there were witnesses? When they get back to the property and Jason comes busting out the door with the gun and actually fires the gun off at Garrett? Is that because Jason was pissed that there were witnesses? See, there's a whole nother can of worms here that should have been investigated that weren't. Right. So, what did she say? Let me see. Travis, today age needs to be tested for fentanyl too. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I know that fentanyl is really toxic, but can fentanyl be put in any drug or is it mainly just used with meth that way?
I believe fentanyl can be cut with anything. That's why it's so dangerous.
That's what I'm saying. Um, Adjusted fate. That's why I don't know why Jason came out with guns blazing. Ashley was in the back seat and she tried to get out of the car at Jason's and Garrett pushed her back in and then shut the door. And she said that they were arguing out in front of the car and Talitha got out of the car and went immediately up to the front porch. But she said that there are cameras all over that property and that it looked like Jason seen them pulling in because he was already out the door when they were turning that corner into that gravel drive up to the trailer. And then it wasn't until they got to Jeff's that she was able to tell Jeff, what was going on. And then Jeff put a gun to Garrett's head. Um, Don Lucy says it's used with heroin, usually, as far as she knows. Um,
Yeah, fentanyl is very just it's I mean I can't speak for a few years ago, but I don't know that I obviously it's a worse situation now, but part of the problem with fentanyl is that kids are buying it thinking that they're taking Percocet or Molly or an Ativan, and I realize that these are all downers anyway, but the fentanyl is so potent that even the smallest, most almost immeasurable amount mixed in with a Percocet or a Ativan or a shot of H, for instance, is deadly. And so my mom had to have fentanyl patches that on her back when she was when she had cancer, was dying of cancer, and she was getting 75, I want to say milligrams of fentanyl through a patch, and we had to be trained at home because she was in hospice at home. The nurses came in and trained us how to handle the patches so that it didn't get on our skin. We had to use gloves when we changed her patches.
I mean,
Because
then
just
how could someone actually have it in their system then? If it can be that lethal, I mean, that would almost kind of
well,
like be
as far
instant.
as in the patches, it was for pain relief for my mom, and it's not released all at once. It's a time release. The 75 milligram or whatever the milligrams patch was. We changed it only every 72 hours, so it lasted for that long because it was time released. But in its purest form, like in a pill, for instance, from what I understand, it's just as lethal. Just getting the powder from a pill on your skin can be lethal,
Wow.
to my understanding. Um, but that's just, from what I understand from, what my mom and my son had to use during
Right.
their pain relief for cancer.
Yeah, adjusted fate. Um I think that was the initial plan. Um was for him to inject her with something that would automatically, cause an overdose. Um, well, it came
And,
from the White County Jail. I got it from the
and
White
that's
County
just,
Jail, and I
oh, the
have
letter.
I have the text messages or the chirps where he said he was sending it. Um, fentanyl
Under
is Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. I was just going to say, yeah, under your scars, you're right. It's stronger than heroin and mixed in everything, so you don't know how much is in there. You don't know how much fentanyl you're getting in, you know, your hit of H or meth or your Percocet or anything like that. You don't know. You don't know what the cut is. It's why it's so deadly. It's why it's what's made, it's what drugs are already, you know, dangerous as it is. But not knowing what's cut into the drugs you're using, the pills that you're using, or the rock that you're, chopping and snorting or whatever, makes it even more dangerous and deadly than it used to be. It's just not something to mess around with, and it terrifies me. But I'll get off that soapbox.
Care fentanyl is more stronger than morphine. It's just I mean, it's all around scary just to to inject yourself with anything like that. Especially nowadays when you don't know what people are using. Lethality of fentanyl, heroin, morphine, and meth all are subject to tolerance. So a chronic heroin user can build up a tolerance. So what's lethal for a first-time user is different than a chronic. Right. I think the tolerance makes all the difference in the world.
I agree. I
All
agree
right.
100%.
And yes, then after rehab, do same amounts and overdose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, um, it's it is a mess of a case for sure, and there's no excuse for the way it was handled.
Oh, you know what? I wear that title proudly. I learned a lot from growing up in the hood.
Roger from the hood. There you go.
I've definitely
Hey,
been called worse, so I'll wear
it
that badge with honor, Peter.
yeah. I mean, it's good to have knowledge from the street. Look what you're doing with it. You're educating us.
Well, I don't know about
I
that,
mean,
but
well,
I'm at least entertaining somebody.
Instead of go ask Alice, it's go ask Brenda.
Yeah.
Oh, I shall write a book. Just kidding.
Well, you know what's funny is if you ask Al these things, he says, "I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying." He won't answer certain questions like that. Did you know that? Because I think that was the first place I went to ask. I asked Al what a hot shot was. He
Is
didn't
that
know.
like Alexa or something?
You
I don't
mean
know.
AI? AI?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
really?
Or ask
Well,
AI, ask Al. Mine says maybe it does say AI. That's what happens when I look at my phone without my glasses on. Yeah,
well, I think,
who wouldn't tell me?
well, AI is highly subjective and very afraid of misinformation. So, that's okay, I guess. That's good. I don't trust AI, so
My son struggled for 10 years. And another friend's brother is assisted living forever, schizophrenic from doing drugs under your scars.
yeah, that's sad. That's really sad. My oldest son is clean and sober for over 5 years now. My youngest son never became clean and sober before he passed away, but he didn't pass away from overdose or anything. He had cancer, but he never became clean and sober uh, before he passed away. And so, I'm grateful that my oldest son, is clean and sober. And my brother, my baby brother, it's a daily struggle for him. And he's been clean for about, I want to say 6 or 7 years. And I have a sister that's younger than me who will never be clean. So, it's a constant struggle. And it's a horrible, horrible thing.
Right.
No matter who you are, no matter what you've done, no matter any of that, it's just a disgusting, horrible, terrible disease.
So Garrett sends a photocopy of a letter straight from the jail. It still relies on G being honest about who actually wrote it, right? I mean, she could have easily, but it is typical jailbird stuff. I mean, I don't I guess that's meaning that Garrett was anticipating someone approaching him and um asking him about Talitha's involvement, and he somehow has somebody send him a photocopy of a letter with all those details in it. I don't think that I don't think it was a premeditated thing. I think it was Garrett defending himself like he always does. When someone's trying to make him out to be the bad guy, it's always somebody else. And here I'm going to prove it to you. And he sent that along with Talitha's photocopied transcripts from her interview. So and then you've got the issue with Terry, and we know that she didn't have the phone on her when she was in her interrogation video. So she clearly more than likely got rid of the phone. So, and I don't really think that that letter really paints Garrett in a good light. It more or less proves that they were involved with each other prior to going to jail, and she was willing to lie to to set Ashley up by saying, "I'm going to tell the truth and tell him that Ashley was the only one who had a problem with Nicole." Well, in that whole interrogation video, we just listened to her say the exact opposite, that Garrett was the one calling her a snitch, and she knew who he was talking about. So
So,
I'm not
Mac, I
taking a
think,
plea.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I had uh, Mac had asked if there was any time for the cryptic note you mentioned earlier. Yeah, we've been talking about that. It was the letter
Um,
that Ashley
oh,
came
yes,
with.
and that's the one thing that I did not. So technical issues. Um, I will go over that and I will send that to you. Um, I believe that we have found the author of the cryptic note, and I had intended on putting it in this presentation tonight. and I actually did put it in, but I think that when I was trying to save this, I actually deleted a page, and that was the page. So I will, Mac, get with you on that, and I'll probably include that in my next live.
Uh-oh, we lost Amy. Sorry, Mac, I misunderstood what the cryptic note. That's my mistake. There she is.
Hit the wrong button. You know, I wonder half the time if my, you know how like you have like I have a, what do you call this? I don't have a mouse. I have a pad. So it's all touch with the finger. And I kind of feel like this pad might be going out, this touch pad, because it does not, oh, it's not operating my mouse as easily as it used to.
That's what she said. Sorry. I couldn't help it. You set it up. I don't know if Jack's still here, but he would be saying the same thing.
Okay, shut it. Let me see, who is this? Did you get my message about the cleaned up down the hill audio that people are saying sounds like Garrett? No, I haven't gotten that. Where did you send it to? Adjusted Fate? It might have been right before I went live, to where I didn't check the messages where we were communicating. What did I miss right here? Oh, my bad, misunderstood. Oh my God, really?
Oh, I had said when Mac had asked about the crypto note you'd mentioned earlier, I thought he was talking about the letter that you read, but it wasn't. So I answered incorrectly in the chat. You didn't miss anything,
Gotcha.
just me being uneducated.
Thanks, Mac. Travis. Hold on. So I guess I don't understand, who does Ashley's letter help or hurt? Well, it's Talitha's letter, not Ashley's. In the context of him getting this information is to win over the recipient, right? That's usually the case, guy in prison. Well, I don't know how that letter would win me over. That doesn't really make any sense, because I wasn't able to be won over, period. Um, he was trying to prove to me that Talitha was a snake, and that he lied for her, and that anything that she has to testify against him in Ray's case is going to be a lie. And he wanted to prove that she was a liar, and that's why he sent the letter. And the letter does help Ashley in my eyes, because it proves that the two of them were definitely in a conspiracy. It proves that every single thing that she sat there in the interrogation video and said from beginning to end was basically a lie. And then you have, so yeah, it wasn't a gal pen pal thing at all. And I think that's the problem. Garrett's not a good guy, and he's done some fucked up things, but um, that letter coincides with everything that we do know. Um, Outside of anything that Garrett says, all of the facts line up with exactly what that letter said. She came in there, she lied. She lied about the beginning of the day, because I don't believe that Nicole was already there. So she lied about that. Why did she lie about that? Was it her phone that made the phone call to Nicole to get Nicole to come over there? And then she lied about the end of the day when Jason came out and fired the gun. I feel like Talitha was playing two sides of the fence here. She was involved with Garrett, plus now Garrett's in jail. She's got to keep Garrett happy, because Garrett can really ruin her life. Plus, she's trying to protect Jason and the rest of the Paladinos. She'd lived on that property. Uh, Records show that she had been out there since 2014. So whatever drug operation was going on within that family, I'm sure she was a part of and probably benefited from. So if somebody was going to snitch or tell, I think she would be affected as well. Under your scars, well, salve.
I think that the, oh, never mind. I'm not going to think anymore. It's not hell. It's not safe.
And let me see. However, Talitha Beckley doesn't say I'm willing to lie for you in the sense that I believe you loved AG enough to cover for her killing Nicole. Apparently, these idiots don't remember what they say. Well, I think that Talitha did lie for Garrett. She didn't get on the stand and say anything like what she said in her interrogation video, in her deposition, or on the stand at Ashley's trial. So she did lie for Garrett. And there really was that was really kind of a moot point anyway, because Garrett took a plea. So there wasn't really a trial for her to go into and protect or lie for Garrett. So that didn't help. But she definitely went in and did not throw Garrett under the bus in Ashley's trial. I said, oh my God, really, about the voice on video sounding like G. Yeah, I'll have to hear that. I've heard, see, that's something that's going around too in this Delphi case, that this whole AI stuff that's going on. There was supposed to be some audio of Nick McClelland and Tony Liggett talking about there's, evidence that shows that Rick Allen is innocent, and then wherever it was posted, it was pulled back down. So that's going to become a problem with that artificial intelligence stuff when it comes to mimicking voices and people. Can't recant his affidavit. Who can't recant his affidavit? Okay, it was posted to Reddit. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm talking about the audio, just in general. Now, with this being if there's an audio of Garrett or a cleaned up audio of Garrett, then that's interesting. All right, guys, it's 11:48. Are you guys ready to hit the sack? I am.
Cherie has already hit the sack. She has work early in the morning, and I know you do as well, Amy. I don't
Yes, I
have work.
do.
However, I do have a Christmas pageant to go and watch of two of my little grandchildren. So I have to set an alarm tomorrow.
Oh gosh. Well, my alarm is already set. I have to get up at 3:30. Well, I'm going to push it back to 3:30.
Well, I'm not getting up that early. I wake up around 6 or 6:30 naturally.
Right.
So, but coffee
Well,
time is from 6:30 till about 8:30 or 9. So
I wish I drank coffee. I don't. I wish I could drive to work, and I can drink tea, but I don't drink coffee. So,
I wish you drank coffee too, Amy.
I know, up and early. All right, guys. We're gonna end this now. We've been on here for what, 4.5 hours?
Let's not look at the time.
I know, gosh. So, thanks everybody for joining tonight. Like and subscribe on your way out, please. And for those of you who are watching on the replay, feel free to comment. The comments are on. And we will see you next time, guys. Good night.
All right.